Доброе утро всем. Ждем еще парочку минут, чтобы присоединились люди, и будем начинать. Нигора, могу вас попросить начало перевести вступительное слово?
Да, конечно.
Угу. Тогда давайте начинать. Доброе утро, дорогие участники, дорогие уважаемые спикеры. Мы очень рады вас приветствовать на онлайн-форуме «Мост дружбы. Туризм. Новые возможности и перспективы». И у нас сегодня третий день под темой «Образование и наука 4.0».
Well, good day, good morning, because we have participants from the different parts of the world. We're very kind and appreciate of participating in such a great international forum reach. And let's start and launch the work of our today's forum. And today we have the topic about education in tourism sphere.
У нас сегодня спикеры из Казахстана, из Брюсселя, из Польши, из Бельгии, Индонезии и Индии. Очень рады будем всех послушать и обменяться опытом.
Today we have speakers from Belgium, Indonesia, Poland, India, and others. Well, very welcome all of you.
Не забывайте, что спикерам можно в чате задавать вопросы, можно точно так же включить свой микрофон и задать вопросы воочию, чтобы получить хороший нетворкинг.
Okay, please use your opportunity to give questions to the speakers after their speech. And don't forget to switch on your microphones and be active.
Итак, мы приглашаем доктора Slawomira Wroblewskiego. Он является деканом факультета международных образовательных программ, Ташкентский государственный транспортный университет, страна Казахстан, и тема «Интернационализация высшего образования и ее последствия для туристических профессий». Я пока подготовлю презентацию.
Thank you very much indeed. Доброе утро всем, добрый день всем. Я поздравляю всех с Ташкента, столицы Узбекистана. Я тоже по программу видел, что была информация, что я с Казахстана. Да, в Казахстане я тоже учил 3 года. Так, в Центральной Азии уже 5 лет. Позвольте продолжать на английском языке, это мой язык преподавания. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for invitation to the forum. I would like to congratulate the organizers for such a great idea using our new technologies to united experts in the field from all over the world. The topic is internationalization of higher education. and relations with tourism and tourism professionals. Next slide, please. Let me stress that my starting point is the search for possibilities of changing the situation, not only the description or to describe the situation. I spent almost 20 years in the industry as a private entrepreneur, professional congress organizers, the important part of the business of tourism sector, represented by conferences, congresses, so-called MICE industry. And I really happy to start with the quote from George Bernard Shaw that the progress depends on unreasonable, crazy people. I hope there are many emotionally involved people who are in love with the development of tourism. Next slide, please. I would like to present the agenda of my today's presentation. I got a lot of slides. I will try to go through them in a quick way in the following chapters. We need to interpret and define what is internationalization of higher education nowadays. I will try to go deeper into elements which different scholars identify in this important process. One of the part of those four elements are alliances, and Bologna process, the process started 25-30 years ago in Europe, is a fantastic example of creation of the alliances helpful in internationalization of higher education. Then having this background, we can try to identify problems, important aspects related exactly to tourism, especially in the post-COVID era, and we will try to create some conclusions. Next slide, please. We will start with the general, please. Next slide. With explanation that the globalization process is directly related with the internationalization of higher education. It was discussed in many articles during many conferences. Especially, it is related and well documented in North America, Europe, and Australia. However, there is not enough literature regarding the situation in Asian countries. So my presentation will be related to my experience in Central Asia, in countries which still are developing the tourist industry, such as Poland, Bulgaria, Ukraine, in general, group of countries with ambitious to develop tourism. I spent, as I mentioned, 5 years in Central Asia, so I had the experience with numerous universities here, and I will try to refer to this experience, this personal experience, simultaneously to the results from the literature prepared by different scholars. Next slide, please. We must we must admit that those changes, deep, profound changes in higher education created a new playing field, a new situation for the higher education in many parts of the world, especially the creation of European higher education area as a common field for development is a great example for other countries, other parts of the world, and especially after COVID-19 pandemic, it is necessary to rethink, redefine the situation of tourist industry, though also with the necessity of adaptation of a teaching process related to subjects with tourism in the title. Next slide, please. What are the main new trends in higher education in general? The most prominent new trends is increase of mobility of students and staff, the popularity of international dimension, adding international dimension to curricula of our different disciplines, emphasis on international research collaboration between scholars, the expansion of different alliances. Even on the global level, our today's forum is also an example of global academic cooperation, global network. Internationalization in higher education is a process to respond to growing impact of globalization in general. Also, liberalization, process of liberalization of trade in educational services must be taken into consideration. Especially, I would like to stress the presence of different private educational institutions. International higher education contributes to many benefits of staff, students, administrators, development of curricula, research collaboration, and understanding intercultural aspects of our daily life. Next slide, please. It is good to have in front of our eyes the definition created by one of the most eminent scholars in this field, Jane Knight, who defined internationalization as the process of integrating an international, intercultural, and global dimension. Exemplum gratia, perspective, activity, program into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. So it is the concept of internationalization covers several aspects. She points out that definition should be enough generic to apply to many different countries, not only to Western countries, not only to free economy countries, because the process must include different regions with different traditions and different position, especially of national state. Next slide, please. I will refer to the role of the national state later. Of course, as always in life, we have some discrepancies, differences between theory and practice. In theory is the process of integration, as I mentioned, but in practice, it is the process of commercialization of different activities. So the main components will be recruitment of international students, sometimes pretty often motivated financially, development of international branch campuses. So again, the concept of business expansion. It will include aspects of human beings, students, staff, scholars, and their exchange programs, different interests. Finally, internationalization of programs and different structures which can assist in this process. Next slide. What is the rationale beyond the concept of internationalization? The scholars present different angles, different points of view, referring to idealism, instrumentalism, and educationalism. It is not a place for us to go into details. I would like to reserve the time for discussion about practical aspects, but it is good to know that the subject gained already numerous articles and books providing a deep, profound theoretical support for the concept of internationalization. Next slide, please. The impact of internalization also can be considered in different aspects. One of the most important was mentioned already, the economic aspect. There is the impact related to social issues and, of course, internally to our academic life. Let me stress the importance of all of them. Economic impact is related to the legal regulations and the possibilities of making money on this process, or including the financial aspect to the process. It is sometimes in contradiction that social impacts are considered as less important, but in terms of our norms, social impact must be kept in mind that the results of the process will deeply influence our daily life, our families, our behavior. And finally, academic impact. The process of internationalization is deeply influencing the structures of university, the functions of different departments, especially supportive departments, which are required for the process of internationalization. I will try to refer to some examples later. Please, next slide. Jane Knight identified two main streams of internationalization, so-called internationalization at home, which provides students with understanding of global issues and intercultural and providing international skills on campus. And parallel second stream, internationalization abroad, or cross-border internationalization. This is this required programs across national boundaries. This kind of categorization highlights that this process of internationalization in education must combine both aspects of learning activities and human activities, including mobility. Next one. I will refer to this scheme throughout my presentation for main elements of internationalization of higher education. In 2004, in the publication of Black, the four elements of classification were identified: faculty, students, curriculum, and alliances. We will refer to these 4 aspects during my presentation. Next slide, please. The concept of dividing into 4 aspects was frequently used by different scholars and researchers. Here we got the detailed cafeteria of elements related to 1, 2, 3, 4 elements, main key elements for detailed analysis. I will not read this. You can see that's the list of detailed aspects which might be considered as important for the particular institution while making analysis of efficiency of process of internalization. This is the first slide. Please, second slide with point 3 and 4. Next slide, please. So we had student staff, curriculum development, and alliances. Okay, we can move to another slide. I will refer in details to analysis of importance of curricula. Next slide, please. Curricula are in this slide, this slide will just present that it is possible to consider not 4 but 7 dimensions, but in general all of the 4 are also always included. Please, let's move to another slide. In analysis of those divisions into 4, into 7, into more details, I personally realized that it is still possible to add from our experience some additional aspects. So let's say in my, when analyzing those models, I realized that it is not enough attention attached to the such structures like career centers, mobility and advice centers at the structure of the university, financial and insurance services, travel support, also legal clinics, legal advising for students getting ready for internationalization, especially for travel abroad. Please, let's move to the next slide. Here we got a theoretical concept prepared in Australia by the scholars making analysis of different aspects which are necessary to prepare or which are influencing the center element in this model, curriculum. I would like to stress at the beginning the importance of definition of the subject. As you see in the very center of this model, our colleagues in Australia decided to use the abbreviation TH&E, tourism, hospitality, and events. It is the old tradition in many countries to use only tourism and tours, or tourism and hospitality, as the definition of the subject, as boundaries of the subject taught at our courses. I'm really happy that in this modern approach, the scholars from Australia decided to include from the beginning, even in the name, also elements of events management as a crucial part. I will refer to this in the next slide, but now I would like to stress that all those aspects are influencing our curricula. Curricula are considered as the most important, crucial element in the in shaping the process of internationalization, the process of education. It is according to definitions, the process of internationalization covers incorporating international, intercultural, global dimensions into the content of the program, as well as the learning outcomes, assessment tasks, teaching methods, and different support services of a program of study. Curriculum is a main tool in our communication with our students. Without correct communication with our students, it is not possible to expect good results of the teaching process. We might divide, we might consider this process of internationalization of curricula, of your curriculum in Poland, your curriculum in Ukraine, your curriculum in Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, taking into consideration the advancement of the process at your university, at your institution. So usually we start from just including examples. That's the beginning of the process of internationalization of curricula. Later, creating interaction, cross-cultural, informal and informal situations, and finally, immersing students in global settings. It is good to remember that this process is dynamic, not single level process. Next slide, please. Next slide. Probably you will confirm your experience from different, your personal experience, that most of our textbooks, most of our programs, most of our examples we are using in teaching are dominated by examples from Western Hemisphere. It is the result of tourism boom after the post-world period. In the 60s, the tourism industry developed in the very fast way, and it created the foundation for the new and separate academic subject related to tourism. It also created the community of scholars associated to those to the teaching of tourist subjects.
For example, it says model, it's module.
In Europe, then in the United
model,
States, then Canada,
it's curriculum, not
so
curriculum.
this historical
It's
evolution,
very bad English. I don't know why you are wasting your time in such a
for
seminar, because
domination
the person's English is
of
terrible.
current curricula. But the process can be changed, can be
Yes, his pronunciation
can
is very
be
bad. But there is
supported
different
with the
candidates
activities
talking as
of
well.
the experience of
So
other
I
parts of
wanted
the
to
world.
see
I can refer to this in many examples as a person who came from first America. I spent 8 years working in tourist industry in America, then working for the European Commission as the expert in developing of tourism in Poland. So I gained a lot of experience with the process of changing, or the process of moving from communist time, Soviet time, into free market economy. And now I have the chance to share with my experience and at the same time learn from the experience of local community here in Central Asia. Please, let's move to the next slide. There are several shortcomings identified in programs, in curricula. I will just refer to the most frequently mentioned in the literature or in our experience. Internationalization strategies in many cases exist mainly in rhetoric, not in practice. Curricula do not prioritize the internationalization. We can see the discrepancy between private universities and public institutions, public universities, which are lagging in this process. It is in many countries, including my homeland Poland, but in the literature it was mentioned in Bulgaria, Turkey, Vietnam. In many institutions, universities do not adequate emphasize on the development of competencies for tourist students. So it can lead leaving graduates with the position or necessity to learn on the job finally once they are commencing their professional role in somewhere in the travel tour services as the personnel. So undermining graduates' readiness to work is one of the important shortcomings identified in curricula. Next slide, please. There are 3 or sometimes 4 levels of internationalization. To those what were mentioned before, I would like to add the 4th one, developing joint programs with foreign universities, which is, in my opinion, the highest, the top level of the process, providing for students double diploma programs. We must understand that this process needs time, and some cases, examples of starting with double diploma process might be somehow limited with lack of experience with the previous levels of internationalization. Next slide, please. In the regulations related to process of writing of teaching program, curriculum, we might consider the role of a descriptor. Descriptor is one of the way of communication between institution with the teacher, expecting from the teacher, who is the author of curriculum, to include some necessary learning outcomes and competencies. I met in practice such situation, very good experience with my cooperation with Coventry University in the UK, when I was provided by our international partner for our activities in Kazakhstan with a descriptor. Descriptor, it is just 2-page long 1.5 page long material highlighting what the partner, the leading partner, is expecting from me as a teacher. As a teacher, I was free to create my detailed curriculum, but the learning outcomes and work competencies must be met according to the descriptor, also number of credits, also the main resources. So this is the tool to keep discipline in creating any curriculum. From my experience, I can say that many scholars are keeping different models, concentrating on the content, concentrating not on the outcomes, but on the just calendar of the process of teaching. Next slide, please. The examples of outcomes as the very important part of the scriptor and in consequence of the curriculum are the following. We can group those outcomes into the general knowledge about tourism, specialist knowledge about, for example, tour guiding, presentation skills, managerial skills, foreign language competency, global perspective as a background. Finally, let me mention generic skills. I highlighted this in red color because I would like to refer in the next slides to the generic skills. The generic skills were analyzed in numerous analyses, numerous research. Here I'm referring to the publication based on the Spanish institutions, especially University of Balearic, but also Madrid and other universities in very well developed higher educations of Spain. And the result and the conclusion is that the generic skills, so-called transferable skills, are the most important for the future employer. So employers will expect from our both bachelor degree graduates and master's graduates general preparation for different functions, not necessarily directly related to the particular part of the tourism course. So such activities, such functions like ability to communicate, apply knowledge to practice, integrate the with the organization, with the team, ability to acquire new knowledge are considered as the most important. We must remember that our goal as academic teachers is to prepare not only to particular professions in tourism, but we are preparing active citizens. We need to help them in personal development, especially lifelong learning process. Next slide, please. On this quick slide, I would like to just mention, give you the example of most important skills and least important skills according to the expectation from the employers in the in tourist industry, based on the Spanish example. It is divided into to the left baccalaureate and to the right master's graduates. We can skip this slide. It is just a set of examples. Please, next slide. I will skip this. Some slides are pretty theoretical. There is the process of shift of paradigm. It means paradigm of the tourism program, tourism education. It means we are more and more moving from traditional disciplines to the from academic point of view to the work-centric approach. For many years, there was a discrepancy, the difference between academic life and real needs of the industry. Next slide, please. This process paradigm shift should highlight the more active role of student, more active role of teacher. So university can be considered also as a creator of knowledge and also as a disseminator of knowledge upcoming to the industry. The example I would like to share from my experience is with business tourism in several universities in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan. I was the initiator of business tourism courses, despite the existing domination of courses related to tour guiding and hospitality, which rarely will be, not so often will be the subject of future profession of our graduates. Next slide, please. So the researcher and the educator must search for the upcoming topics which will be important to the graduate. Our students must think about the situation in 3 years in advance, in 4 years in advance. So we must adopt the info about situation in the most advanced countries and absorbing those trends into our curricula, not waiting for the final decision from the top decision makers like Ministry of Higher Education. Next slide, please. There are also financial barriers influencing our process of internationalization, especially it is related to the salaries of teachers and very often to the resources in hands of students, which are not, which can create the barriers in their mobility abroad. Next slide, please. Teaching abroad is one of the way of the effective internationalization. However, we must understand that teaching is a very difficult process. Being abroad for 6 months, for a year or longer is a very demanding process. So the institutions willing to invite teachers from abroad must take into consideration the personal situation of the teacher. Professor Hofstede, in his famous analysis of intercultural problems, mentioned several, it is highlighted in red color, several situations which are challenges. It is social position between teacher and student, not relevant curriculum, cognitive abilities of partners, students and staff, expected partners of interaction. Next slide, please. There are several reasons for internationalization of students, like thinking globally, understanding basic trends and rules in multicultural worldview, awareness of the different cultural traditions, and appreciations of the study abroad and locally. Those are main reasons why we provide process of internationalization for our students. Next slide, please. We can have student-oriented or activity-oriented approach in this process. I don't want to go into details. There are some forms which will give more pressure on activities or movement or mobility of students. So both approaches should go simultaneously, and both can be fruitful. Next slide. Now let me move. As you realize, we went through the three most important aspects of internationalization: curricula, staff, and students. Now the aspect of creation of affiliations for universities helpful in the process of internationalization. Bologna process, which is can be seen in Europe, and other countries decided to cooperate in this process, is a best example in the world how integration and internationalization of higher education can be organized. The entire process now covers 48 countries, all European Union members, and many observers, associate partners. Population of about 850 million people are affected by the process. At present, 7 former Soviet countries are members of the process. Let me mention that the country where I am now, Uzbekistan, is not the member. It is processing the observation and analysis. I had some discussions with partners, rectors of our universities. There are some hesitations based on different traditions of and policy of this country. Next slide. What is the Bologna process? It is the tool of several concrete elements, creating a huge area called European Higher Education Area, which agreed to introduce 3-cycle higher education system based on bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies. Please make note that it is a big difference with post-Soviet countries, especially with Russia system, which was dominating for many years. Secondly, those countries assure the mutual recognition of qualifications and results of the learning process of different universities. And finally, the countries implement a system of quality assurance to strengthen the quality of the learning process and relevance of learning process. Next slide, please. In the next slide, I will refer to some particular aspects which all refer to standards of excellence. Next slide, please. Standards of excellence expected are through these main principles, main elements of Bologna process. Three-tier system of higher education, bachelor, master, and doctorate I mentioned, the European credit transfer system, diploma supplement, academic mobility, not only mobility for students and teachers, but also mobility for job, and quality assurance of higher education. Those are main principles. Please, next slide. The main, I will refer to those aspects in detail. The first one was mentioned. The system of credit is based on unification of understanding of the credit score. One credit score equals 30 hours of students' work. It is necessary to collect between 180 to 240 credits for bachelor's degree and between 90 up to 120 for master's. Next slide. The third point is related to diploma supplement. It is a relatively new aspect, and it requires detailed analysis in the particular country, which can consider this tool. Diploma supplement is providing detailed information about the student, about the teaching process, and it can deliver the proper info to the future to the institution, academic institution, for continuation of studies by the student or for the future employer. The process of mobility is supported by several projects. The most important of them is, of course, Erasmus Tempus or Erasmus Plus, which for 30 years is already giving the support for already 2 generations of students traveling freely in the throughout Europe and other countries. Next slide, please. The final aspect mentioned in this Bologna process is a European qualification framework. The scope of the framework is huge one, you see on the map, and this is the cross-border support for learners and workers, promoting lifelong learning and professional development across Europe. It means any person with this framework can understand, can deliver according to 8 levels, what is the preparation to job, to work according to the levels of education. Next slide, please. The process is covering not only formal education, but also informal vocational education. So the most important aspect of this European qualification framework is to provide the info what a person knows, understands, and can do. Okay, I lost at the moment the view on the slide. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to mention that there are I mentioned there are 8 levels. Here you can the example of the diploma on the level of 8. It is the doctoral diploma. As you see in the frame, this PRK and number 8 is a qualification according to the European framework of qualification. So these symbols should appear in a clear way on the diplomas of the graduates of the particular level. This is the level 8, the highest level of formal education in European higher education area. Next slide, please. I would like just to mention briefly imbalance in tourist education. We need to cope with this issue. The imbalance is created to the position of the tourism as relatively young discipline. So we can see the bigger stress on economic aspects and professional skills, not academic competences and transferable skills. Next slide. This process of internationalization can be helpful in getting rid of those imbalances, and the process of redefinition of tourism can be seen. Professor Higgins Disbol presented the redefined definition, which will stress the importance of local communities, aspect of ecological aspects of our life, and sustainability. This process must be supported by and facilitated by partners, including non-profit organizations. Next slide, please. I'm coming to the end of my presentation. There are several challenges in front of us in this process, including not enough readiness for the process. The process can be hindered by the senior staff, which don't understand the process. It can be hindered by financial aspect or by legal aspects. Next slide, please. In case of tourism, that this process can be hindered or somehow blocked by the fragmentation of tourism scholarship, which is due to historic development of this academic subject. At the same time, a process of internationalization can help us with creation, develop a stronger image of tourism education and our profession as tourism scholars. Next slide, please. We are all aware about consequences of COVID to our industry. There are several questions how we can use the lesson of COVID, especially how we can use the boom of online technologies for the process of internationalization and improvement of our programs. Next slide, please. Our industry was the hardest, received the hardest hit from the crisis. So we should think about consequences of this process. Next slide. I would like just to mention the role of national state. It is important in many situations, especially in Central Asia. The process of Bologna shows the shift of importance from governments to the universities, to the institutions, but it shouldn't be considered that the national state are becoming powerless. There are several roles for everybody, so we need to redefine our roles. Next slide, please. I see that I ran out of time. So on three next slide, it will be just actions which I recommend for different activities. Here, the actions aiming quality of training programs, curricula, collaboration with authorities, more autonomy for universities, cooperation with local tourist companies, dissemination of good examples, of course, introduction of English as a medium at the obligatory level, minimum 5.5 for students and teachers. Those are requirements for changes in curricula programs. Next slide will be referring to the actions addressed to us, to teachers, to educators, diversification of people working at the university, recruiting people with the multicultural background is my recommendation as a way for the internationalization, establishing faculty networks like today event, sharing experience with students, with the persons with testimonials, for example, for international work. And universities should help us, teaching staff, to acquire desired practical experience abroad, sending for different forms of self-education and conferences. Next slide, the final one, is addressing to the our own activities. I would like to congratulate our colleagues from Tashkent Institute of Tourism Research, which operates with the Ministry of Tourism, which is very active in creating such networks. Today they invited for today, and they invited me, so I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you very much for being with me. I'd be happy to answer any questions sent to me by email. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Slawomir. Нигора, вы хотели сказать несколько слов? Молчит.
Да,
Спасибо
нет,
большое.
я извиняюсь, у меня был
да,
этот
говорите, да.
телефонный переговор. Так, я хотела поблагодарить уважаемого профессора очень за содержательный доклад. Slawomir Wroblewski является деканом факультета интернационального образования в Ташкентском государственном транспортном университете. Мы приносим свои извинения, что вначале мы неправильно
Все в порядке.
Да, в Узбекистане. Как вы знаете, сейчас образование является не только, так сказать, ограниченным в одной стране, да? Мы должны признавать на сегодняшний день, что образование уже не знает как бы границ, да? Мы переводим образование на глобальную систему. It's like a catalyst for globalization process in the world. And that's why the professor's speech was very meaningful. And I want to say our thankfulness. Thank you very much for your meaningful speech presentation. And maybe any of our participants have any questions to our speaker, Dr. Slawomir Wroblewski. Если кто-то хочет задать свои вопросы, пожалуйста. Вы меня слышите?
Один из вопросов по обмену научными сотрудниками. То есть если мы говорим про дипломы, как можно, да, в вашей стране, если мы из Украины, получать, да, вот такие вот сертификаты или диплом, ну, в большей степени именно дипломы, потому что начальное образование, которое из Украины, я так понимаю, оно не подходит, то есть диплом бакалавра, магистра, или должны быть какие-то специальные университеты, чтобы наладить сотрудничество.
Well, Dr. Slawomir Wroblewski, are you here? We have a
Yes,
good-
I'm here. Yes,
Well,
I've heard the question. I think the process in Ukraine is quite similar to the process in Poland at the beginning of the free economy. So even if, well, Ukraine is a member of the Bologna process. So one of the way is to take benefits of this model, well-developed model. And to reach the acceptance from the governmental institutions. Documents, diplomas are governmental documents, documents are, those documents are giving us the formal benefits in future. So they must be created by universities according to the existing law. However, at the same time, it is necessary to present to our governmental partners the required or desired solutions. I remember this process in Poland when we've created some solutions for the new sector of tourism, which was business tourism, and the organization of the professionals were much ahead in comparison to the regulations, governmental regulations. So it is possible to develop some solutions, some proposals from grassroots, not waiting from top-down procedure.
Спасибо большое, Славомир. Очень исчерпывающий ответ, потому что нас смотрят и также преподаватели из Украины, которым тоже это интересно. Спасибо большое еще раз. Мы хотим представить следующего спикера, Екатерину Царанок. Надеемся, Екатерина, вы с нами?
Да, я с вами. Добрый день.
Отлично, это очень хорошо. Тема Екатерины: что важнее в образовании 4.0, ЕД или ТЭЧ? Я думаю, что Екатерина сейчас еще раз представится. Получилось ли у вас включить вашу презентацию?
Вот по каким-то причинам, к большому сожалению, я не вижу даже кнопку
Я поняла. Хорошо, сейчас я
демонстрации
минуточку
экрана. И,
запущу
возможно,
вам.
я думаю, что администратор мне должен дать какие-то права.
Сейчас минутку запущу вам презентацию, будете говорить следующий слайд, и я переключу. Хорошо?
Хорошо, договорились.
Well, let me introduce Екатерина Царанок. She is a director of Modern Education and Research Institute and from Brussels. And her topic is about education and modern education in European countries. Welcome, Екатерина.
Огромное спасибо, Нигора. Я вижу уже в нашем общем чате спикеров еще гости из Брюсселя. Я всех приветствую и очень благодарна организаторам сегодняшнего прекрасного форума за приглашение выступить и поделиться результатами своего исследования. Я попрошу, пожалуйста, подгрузить слайды презентации. К большому сожалению, я сама не смогу этого сделать.
Да, сейчас минутку, сейчас сделаю.
Ну что же, я пока начну, пока слайды подгружаются, начну, как говорится, от печки, с самого начала. Представлю себя, а затем перейду к теме своего сегодняшнего выступления. Что же важнее вот в этой новой парадигме образования 4.0, ED или TEC? Да, мы часто говорим про EdTech, но чаще всего имеем почему-то в виду TEC, а про ED иногда забываем. Так вот, я предлагаю сегодня подумать и разобраться, что же все-таки для будущего образования окажется важнее. Итак, Modern Education and Research Institute– это образовательный и исследовательский институт, который находится в Брюсселе. Мы занимаемся изучением вопросов интеграции инноваций в образование, в преподавание, в обучение, а также изучаем проблемы академической дипломатии. Пожалуйста, поменяйте на следующий слайд. И еще один следующий слайд. Благодарю, спасибо огромное. Итак, наш институт основан на членстве. Мы предлагаем коллективное членство для университетов, а также индивидуальное членство для тех преподавателей, чьи университеты пока не являются нашими членами. Но кто хотел бы быть участником нашего академического сообщества. На сегодняшний день в нашу орбиту входят 6 университетов-членов. Это Евразийский национальный университет имени Льва Николаевича Гумилева, Кокшетауский университет имени Абая Мырзахметова, Центрально-Казахстанская академия, Международная высшая школа медицины в Бишкеке, Институт по развитию туризма при Государственном комитете по развитию туризма Республики Узбекистан, который является одним из соорганизаторов сегодняшнего замечательного мероприятия, и по чему любезному приглашению мы принимаем участие в этом форуме. Ну и также наш новый член Международный университет Кыргызстана. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Я вкратце расскажу о том, какие у нас есть платформы научной лаборатории, в рамках которых мы предлагаем сотрудничество нашим членам. Самая наша, скажем так, важная платформа – это Tech-четверг. Каждый четверг Modern Education and Research Institute проводит открытые образовательные онлайн тренинги, конференции для преподавателей, учителей, представителей министерств, членов администрации, вузов, школ, ну а также для всех представителей EdTech и научного сообщества. Регулярные участники наших вот таких вот встреч EdTech по четвергам получают актуальные знания об инновациях в образовании, внедряют цифровые навыки, компетенции преподавателя, новой формации, делятся опытом интеграции технологий в обучение. Ну и каждый четверг, я хочу сказать, мы выбираем новую тему, это немножко амбициозно, мы начали это движение или этот проект с 2018 года, и если даже где-то в формулировке тема кажется созвучна тому, что мы уже обсуждали, но каждый раз тематика совершенно другая, наполнение, содержательный компонент совершенно другой, потому что, конечно, сфера образования, особенно сегодня, вот в этот период трансформации, дает нам огромное количество материала и пищи для размышления. Участие, как я уже сказала в самом начале, в наших тренингах бесплатное. Единственное, что мы просим, это регистрироваться на каждую встречу, чтобы мы знали, на какое количество людей нам планировать виртуальную комнату. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Следующая платформа, которая у нас очень успешно работает, это Международная лаборатория инклюзивного образования. Вот задачи этой платформы или этой международной лаборатории – это обобщить позитивный опыт по внедрению инклюзивных практик, сформировать банк педагогических идей по поддержке инклюзивных сообществ, развить модели инклюзивного образования, ну и, естественно, обменяться опытом по использованию форм, методов, приемов, практик инклюзивного образования. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Совершенно недавно мы начали проводить вот программу виртуальной академической мобильности. Изначально была идея направить ее только на студентов, но на сегодняшний день к нам уже присоединяются и преподаватели университетов, наших членов. То есть мы уже делаем в таком многостороннем аспекте данную программу обменов. И коль скоро поездки запрещены или весьма ограничены на сегодняшний день, вот мы решили стать такой дверью в мир для людей, которые с нами сотрудничают, и позволить им не отключаться от мировых академических процессов. Целями данного виртуального академического обмена является прежде всего повышение межкультурной осведомленности. Да? Это формирование у студентов компетенций глобального гражданства, Наши тренинги, наши лекции, гости, которых мы приглашаем, помогают студентам развивать навыки, требуемые на рынке труда. Я здесь имею в виду, конечно же, прежде всего цифровые навыки, это умение общаться, эффективно сотрудничать в формате онлайн. Также это знание иностранного языка, то есть мы там практикуем, потому что приходится все время общаться на разных языках, развиваются коммуникативные навыки студентов, медиаграмотность, навык работы с материалом в мультикультурном контексте. Это все очень-очень интересно, и мы рады, что вот за время проведения таких академических обменов или программ академической мобильности у участников появляются следующие результаты. Ну, во-первых, это развитие межкультурной коммуникации. Я считаю, что это самый важный навык. То есть это способность эффективно общаться в межкультурной среде. Межкультурное сотрудничество тоже это навык продуктивно работать, продуктивно себя позиционировать с коллегами из других культур. Эмпатия, да, то есть это buzzword, как говорится, да, то есть слово, которое сегодня у всех на слуху, и мы говорим о том, что эмпатию необходимо проявлять и развивать. Так вот, развитие способности разделять, понимать чувства других людей, особенно тех, кто имеет иное культурное происхождение, это вот один из результатов, который мы фиксируем у студентов, прошедших нашу программу. Затем обязательно умение поставить себя на место другого человека, который может быть менее осведомлен о каких-то трендах, происходящих в той или иной стране, или не очень хорошо говорит по-английски, да, но мы все равно даем ему возможность собраться с мыслями и представить свою точку зрения. Это очень важно. Ну, естественно, поскольку эти обмены, они носят такой исследовательский характер, то здесь очень важный компонент – это поиск знаний, развитие любознательности, интереса к получению знаний о другой культуре или стране, потому что студенты работают группами и обязательно мультикультурными группами. Но и без сомнения, это помогает развивать критическое мышление и помогает студентам решать проблемы, учиться решать проблемы, выявлять, понимать эти проблемы и отрабатывать пути их решения. То есть мы очень, конечно, надеемся, что еще больше университетов привлечется в нашу орбиту, и таким образом вот эти программы виртуальной академической мобильности станут еще более интересными, более многогранными. Ну, сегодня, конечно, вы понимаете, что останавливать международный обмен просто непозволительно ни одному университету, несмотря ни на пандемию, ни на кризисы финансовые. Международное сотрудничество является важнейшим фактором для проведения высококачественных исследований, внедрения инноваций, а также для повышения качества образования, преподавания, обучения. По сути дела, я считаю, что университеты – это витрины мирного, конструктивного международного сотрудничества. И так должно оставаться и на будущее. Пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Всю серьезную информацию, которую я хотела сказать, я уже сказала, а теперь я расскажу анекдот. Какое-то время назад я участвовала в деловой встрече, и на встрече мне задали вопрос, какой у меня бэкграунд. Ну, и я начала, конечно же, рассказывать о своем образовании, об опыте работы, но оказалось, что этот человек просто спрашивал, что было позади меня во время нашего разговора по Zoom. Наша жизнь меняется, все меняется. И вот если вы вспомните, возможно, я думаю, что русскоязычная часть участников данного форума знает, кто такая Татьяна Черниговская. Это очень известный нейробиолог. Она в своих интервью очень часто говорит о том, что вот та трансформация, которая сегодня происходит в обществе, это не смена времени, там, не смена периода, а это смена цивилизации. Новая цивилизация нуждается в новом образовании. Мы, конечно, еще не знаем, каким будет это новое образование, но мы абсолютно точно знаем и уверены, что это образование будет основано на технологиях или будет поддерживаться технологией. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. В своих аргументах я буду опираться в основном на 3 отчета. Если, может, кому-то интересно, можно сделать себе скриншот. Это 10 диаграмм, объясняющих глобальный рынок образовательных технологий от такой известной очень платформы, как Halonik. Далее перспективы будущего высшего образования к 2050 году от ЮНЕСКО и инновационная педагогика 2021 года. Это отчет Открытого университета Великобритании в Лондоне. Как видите, все эти отчеты весьма и весьма актуальны, то есть они все этого года. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Образование – это одна из крупнейших отраслей мировой экономики, которая на сегодняшний день составляет более 6% ВВП мира. И вот Halonik – это платформа удивительная совершенно, я всем рекомендую, кто еще с ней не знаком, познакомиться. Она прогнозирует, что общие глобальные расходы правительств, компаний, потребителей на образование достигнут к 2025 году 7,3 триллиона долларов. Следующий слайд. Благодарю. Но несмотря вот на такую внушительную цифру, нужно сказать, что образование испытывает недостаток капитала по сравнению с другими секторами. Инновации требуют капитала. Правительство испытывает трудности с финансированием образования на необходимом уровне. И чтобы не остаться позади скорости изменения и той трансформации, которая происходит сегодня в обществе, и скорости, с которой внедряются инновации, образовательным учреждениям очень часто приходится урезать свои расходы, затевать цифровую трансформацию, чтобы вложиться в узкие бюджеты. И решением вот этой проблемы могло бы стать государственное частное партнерство. Скорее всего, именно вот этот формат, он будет решать основную вот эту вот проблему нехватки бюджета на внедрение технологий в образование, на внедрение инноваций и вообще на доступ к образованию в будущем. Следующий слайд. Благодарю. Интересно, что менее 4% от общих расходов на образование выделяется на цифровое оборудование, программное обеспечение и другие какие-то услуги, связанные с использованием технологий. И это серьезная проблема, поскольку экономика знаний и навыки будущего требуют масштабных цифровых преобразований. Несмотря даже на то, что, конечно, этот процесс, мы все заметили, очень сильно ускорился в 2020 году, в 2021 году в связи с пандемией COVID-19, но все еще этот процесс протекает медленно по сравнению с тем, как, наверное, он мог бы идти при хорошем финансировании. Хорошая новость здесь заключается в том, что тенденция, как вы видите на графике, положительная, и Halonik прогнозирует рост расходов на цифровую инфраструктуру в образовании в течение последующих нескольких лет, а также увеличение расходов на образование в долгосрочной перспективе. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот подтверждение моей гипотезы, или не моей личной гипотезы, извините, пожалуйста, а гипотезы вот Halonik IQ можно найти на следующем графике. В 2015 году на фондовой бирже котировалось 10 образовательных компаний с рыночным капиталом более 1 миллиарда долларов. В 2018 году таких компаний стало уже 30, а вот к 2025 году ожидается, что вот таких котируемых компаний стоимостью более миллиарда долларов будет более 100. Следующий слайд. И давайте, пожалуйста, посмотрим. Еще следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Ага, следующий. Угу. Да, давайте, пожалуйста, посмотрим на графике, какие технологии станут наиболее популярными к 2025 году. Конечно же, это виртуальная реальность. Конечно же, это дополненная реальность. Это искусственный интеллект. в то время как виртуальное, симуляционное обучение уже становится основным направлением в обучении взрослых и в повышении квалификации, мы также наблюдаем более широкое использование этих технологий и в формальном образовании, в школе, даже на более низких уровнях. Следующий слайд. Благодарю. Последний график, который я хотела бы показать вот в этой связи, это, значит, показывает нам, что Китай на сегодняшний день является крупнейшим образовательным рынком в мире. На эту страну приходится более 60% всех глобальных венчурных инвестиций на образование. Вот на США мы видим 15%, Индия 14% и Европа 5%. Это данные на 2020 год. Обратите, пожалуйста, внимание на венчурные инвестиции в индийский EdTech. Процент по сравнению с Китаем не такой внушительный, но, судя по графику, с 2018 года он вырос почти в 4 раза. Это любопытный тренд, на который следует обратить внимание. Следующий слайд. Благодарю. Одна из основных проблем, связанных с дальнейшим внедрением технологий в образование, заключается в том, что они убирают личное взаимодействие из образовательного процесса. Отцы современной философии образования Джон Дьюи и Джеймс Вашингтон Карвер определяли образование как понимание человеческих отношений. И хотя современные технологии уже достигли определенного уровня эффективной передачи человеческих чувств и продолжают развиваться в этом направлении, становится все более важным сохранить человечность и общее благо в основе интеграции технологий в образование. В своем докладе «Перспективы будущего высшего образования до 2050 года» ЮНЕСКО дает ссылку на группу исследователей, которые предлагают или вводят такое понятие, как образование с душой. Она предполагает, что такие ценности, как уважение, сочувствие, равенство, инклюзивность, солидарность должны лежать в основе образования 4.0. И говоря об EdTech, мы не должны забывать, что образование должно помочь студентам стать лучшими гражданами, осознавая свою не только гражданскую, но на сегодняшний день, что очень важно, еще и экологическую ответственность. Я думаю, что вот какой-то недостающей серединой вот в этой формуле EdTech как раз-таки и является сильная система ценностей, которая уравновешивает внутренние и внешние ценности не только на занятии, да, но и за его пределами. Мы часто говорим о постоянно меняющейся роли преподавателя в цифровую эпоху. Так вот, я думаю, что самая важная роль преподавателя в парадигме образования 4.0 будет не гарант знаний, а гарант хранитель ценностей. Следующий слайд. Какое-то количество недель назад, буквально несколько недель назад, я проводила тренинг для преподавателей, членов мэрии, и задала вопрос, что у них ассоциируется с понятием современного преподавателя. И, честно говоря, меня удивило, но в приятном отношении удивило то, что чаще всего встречались такие слова или такие ассоциации в ответах преподавателя. Это доброта, дружелюбие, сочувствие, сострадание, инклюзивность, уважение, гибкость, честность, мотивация, мудрость, наставничество, поддержка. То есть мы ясно видим, что как раз-таки уже даже преподаватели абсолютно, скажем так, понимают, да, что их роль – это вот в хранении этих ценностных ориентиров и как бы воспитании, наверное, больше молодых людей, чем передачи им каких-то знаний. Следующий слайд. Говоря о ценностях, я бы хотела представить несколько инновационных методов обучения из доклада «Инновационная педагогика» 2021 года, которая была опубликована Открытым университетом Великобритании. Это серия отчетов, где исследуются новые форматы преподавания, обучения, оценки в современном мире. Для подготовки данного отчета группа ученых из Института образовательных технологий Открытого университета в Лондоне сотрудничала с исследователями из лаборатории искусственного интеллекта и человеческих языков Пекинского университета. Вместе они отобрали список из 10 инновационных педагогических методик, которые способны, по их мнению, вызвать серьезные изменения в образовательной практике во всем мире. В этот список, конечно же, попали образовательные методики на основе использования чат-ботов, обогащенной реальности, но я хотела бы обратить ваше внимание на такие неожиданные для понятия инновационная педагогика методы. Следующий слайд. И еще один следующий слайд. Благодарю. Исследование показывает, что люди учатся лучше всего, когда они находятся в психическом состоянии, которое делает их обучение более легким и приятным. Лучшие учебные моменты характеризуются повышением внимания, повышением вовлеченности. Это сигнализирует о положительном психическом состоянии, которое может привести к приятному и эффективному обучению. Концепция когнитивного поглощения, то есть состояние такой глубокой, полной вовлеченности, известно тем, кто изучает социологию, психологию, философию. Эта концепция изучалась применительно к очень многим видам деятельности человека, включая обучение. Да? На ее основе был сформулирован инновационный подход, который можно назвать лучшие обучающие или лучшие образовательные моменты, когда намеренно ищутся возможности для усиления позитивного спектра эмоций, таким образом для усиления вовлеченности студентов в обучение. Мы все с вами достаточно легко вспомним ощущение волнения, легкости познания того, что нас когда-то приятно удивило. Из неврологии мы знаем, что эмоции являются неотъемлемой частью нейронных сетей, ответственных за обучение. Радость связана с повышением уровня дофамина в системе вознаграждения или внутреннего подкрепления мозга, что в свою очередь связано с повышением памяти, внимания, творчества, ну и, конечно же, мотивации. Отношение к эмоциям как к чему-то вторичному по сравнению с мышлением в обучении идет вразрез с последними данными, с последними исследованиями в нейронауках. Лучшие образовательные моменты могут происходить, хотя и не исключительно, но в том числе и при использовании некоторых обучающих приложений на основе новых технологий, которые были разработаны для обеспечения позитивного опыта учащегося. В нашей флагманской программе, я имею в виду мэри, которая называется «Модернизация деятельности преподавателя», в обучающих видео, в лекциях данной программе я очень часто произношу слово «поиграться». Многие из инструментов, которые мы разбираем на этой программе, обогащены функционалом, который стимулирует позитивный опыт. Я понимаю, что не все мы любим всякие фильтры, стикеры, смайлики, мемы. Нам кажется, особенно когда мы находимся в системе высшего образования или в системе обучения взрослых, что это все несерьезно. Так вот, оказывается, что несерьезные моменты могут гораздо более плодотворно сказаться на обучении, чем серьезные. В последнее время я стала часто добавлять всякие цветочки, сердечки, котиков в свою коммуникацию с преподавателем, хотя раньше этого никогда не делала. И поверьте мне, отклик на такие сообщения стал гораздо выше. Мне здесь вспоминается персонаж Огурцов из фильма «Карнавальная ночь». Я думаю, моего поколения участники и старшие, естественно, вспомнят этот замечательный советский фильм. Вот он там говорил: из лекции, понимаешь, петрушку делают. Нет, я не предлагаю делать из лекции петрушку, я всего лишь предлагаю использовать доступные средства для поднятия настроения себе и студентам на занятиях. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Я предлагаю вам, уважаемые коллеги, сейчас на секундочку закрыть глаза и представить себе, что же доставляет вам удовольствие. Вот вы улыбнулись хотя бы внутренне, это уже прекрасно. Удерживайте этот образ перед глазами так долго, как сможете. А мы идем дальше и просим, пожалуйста, переключить новый слайд. К сожалению, значение слова «благодарность» сегодня нивелируется. Если мы с вами откроем Инстаграм, то в каждом втором посте будет написано что-то про благодарность. И вот после всех этих ведических практик нам сложно представить, что благодарность – это педагогический метод. И он заключается не в формальном выражении преподавателю слов благодарности, хотя я хочу сказать, что многим студентам следовало бы научиться это делать. Он заключается как раз-таки вот в размышлении об отношении к учебному процессу, о роли обучения и о роли преподавателя как личности в нашем благополучии, в нашем становлении как профессионалов, в качественных межличностных отношениях с нашими будущими коллегами, может быть, с партнерами по бизнесу. Доказано, что именно такая практика благодарности приводит к повышению способности учащихся концентрироваться на занятии и сохранять устойчивость при столкновении с трудностями или неожиданностями. Конечно, такую практику нужно проводить исключительно с психологами или педагогами. Самостоятельно, наверное, я бы не рекомендовала, потому что, вот как помните, в новом фильме «Шерлок Холмс» он говорил о том, что можно попасть в такие чертоги разума, где, в общем-то, этот прием может сработать в минус, а не в плюс. Если правильно проводить рефлексию, то она помогает учащемуся справиться со стрессом. И данный подход сегодня, мне кажется, очень актуальный. Вот во времена невзгод, да, положительные чувства, которые он вызывает, могут в некоторой степени способствовать противодействию вот, эмоциональной тревоге, когнитивному стрессу, вызванному неуверенностью, незащищенностью, да, который сегодня очень у многих людей, к сожалению, имеет место быть. Я приведу пример, который приводила на одном из наших тренингов для преподавателей. Каждый год в Государственном университете Стефана Остина в Техасе проводится неделя рефлексии. И основная цель этого мероприятия как раз-таки помочь студентам задуматься над тем, что они выучили в течение года и как это изменило их самих. Также им предлагается поразмышлять над тем, кто в университете оказал на них самое большое влияние и что именно связанное с этим человеком повлияло на них. Каждый день в рамках недели рефлексии студенты участвуют в различных видах деятельности, связанных с рефлексией, конечно же, в сопровождении педагогов. Им предлагается задуматься над тем, как они видят свое развитие в разрезе результатов обучения по выбранной ими образовательной программе или специальности. И многие студенты сообщают, что вот после таких упражнений они совершенно по-другому смотрят на свою учебу, они получают дополнительную мотивацию учиться, они понимают, зачем вообще им это надо, и как они могут эти знания применить наилучшим образом для того, чтобы вырасти профессионально затем после окончания университета. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Теперь закройте глаза и подумайте, за что вы благодарны своей профессии. Я знаю, что большинство слушателей данного форума – это представители туристической сферы. Туризм – это наркотик, как для самого туриста, так и для организатора туристической поездки. Человек привыкает вот к этой необыкновенной атмосфере, к этому совершенно какому-то дикому наверное, ритму, к постоянным проблемам с капризными туристами, к требованиям руководства, к графику нон-стоп. В определенный момент ты понимаешь, что без этого уже просто не можешь жить. Я это знаю, потому что в мэрии наша работа во многом заключается в организации мероприятий и визитов делегаций. И иногда я просто зарекаюсь, что больше никогда не буду этим заниматься. Но вот пройдет пару недель, и я уже застаю себя за разработкой концепции очередного визита или выездной образовательной программы. И хотела бы попросить новый слайд нам переключить, пожалуйста. Говоря про инклюзию, мы имеем в виду, конечно же, не только людей с особенностями здоровья, да, как традиционно считается, но сегодня в инклюзию мы еще и включаем людей с разным социально-культурным развитием. Вы когда-нибудь слышали про хип-хоп-педагогику? Данный педагогический метод связан с субкультурой, в которой погружены сегодня очень многие студенты, если не все. Это использование хип-хопа в обучении как музыкального жанра, культуры, художественного движения. Здесь в образование вплетаются такие элементы, как тексты рэп-музыки, выступления в стиле рэп, видео, искусство, танцы. Помимо улучшения взаимоотношений между преподавателем и студентом, преимущество образования, основанного на хип-хоп, это, конечно же, повышение мотивации студентов, это их вовлеченность, социальное и эмоциональное обучение, развитие грамотности и критического мышления. И, возможно, я бы даже и не приводила этот метод, этот педагогический подход в пример на сегодняшнем форуме, если бы не существовала платформа Hip-Hop Ed, на которой проводятся курсы повышения квалификации для преподавателей с использованием метода хип-хоп. Если бы не существовало какого-то огромного количества учебно-методической литературы с планами занятий, с ресурсами по интеграции хип-хоп в учебные планы. Если бы в университете Калифорнии не преподавали бы лицензированный курс, то есть дипломированный курс хип-хоп в преподавании, да? Если бы в Говардском университете, Аризонском университете, Корнеллском университете, конечно же, в Висконсин-Мэдисон университете не преподавали бы методом хип-хопа. Если бы в университете Кемница в Германии не проходили бы научные конференции по обмену опытом с применением метода хип-хопа, и, кстати, они проводятся с 2006 года. Также в Америке проводится конкурс рэпов для студентов на тему научных явлений. Я, конечно, не призываю преподавателей входить в классы так: «Эй, гэнгста, сегодня начинаем новую тему на стиле, химия углерода – это это респект». Нет, конечно, но рэп – это малая всего лишь культура, малая часть вот этой культуры хип-хопа, а сам педагогический метод хип-хопа – это часть такого большого раздела культурно-релевантной педагогики, который тоже нам стоит освоить, если мы хотим быть современными, прогрессивными преподавателями. Основатель этого философского направления в педагогике Глория Летсон-Биллингс. Она проректор университета Висконсин-Мэдисон. Ее идея заключается в том, что образование должно быть связано с социально-культурным контекстом. И, возможно, образование в хип-хоп подходит больше американскому обществу, потому что у них больше вот афроамериканцев, да, вот этой вот людей этой субкультуры. Но мы сегодня видим, что во всех странах и странах вот постсоветского блока этот метод становится весьма и весьма популярным. Также я хотела бы сказать, что в каждой стране есть свои субкультуры, которые оказывают существенное влияние на студентов. А значит, мы должны учиться говорить на языке и символах этих субкультур. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вот если вы хотите освоить метод хип-хоп педагогики, я вам предлагаю начать с маленького видео. Это танец, который мы разработали в мэре, танец в Zoom. Да, ну, конечно же, его можно и на других площадках онлайн-конференций использовать. И поскольку вот как и сейчас здесь, вот на данном форуме, мы можем задействовать только верхнее полушарие, да, нашего тела, то для данного танца мы выбрали такое направление в рамках хип-хоп, как тьютинг. Танец в стиле тьютинг задействует только руки и пальцы. Вы можете найти инструкции к этому танцу на нашем канале YouTube. Просто набирайте в поисковике Modern Education and Research Institute или название этого видео «Танцуем в Zoom» или «Хип-хоп педагогика». Вы можете практиковать этот танец со своими студентами или, может быть, даже клиентами. Я знаю, что некоторые туристические мероприятия сегодня тоже переносятся в формат онлайн. Например, я точно знаю, и вот моя хорошая знакомая, которая будет также выступать на данном форуме 29 числа, Полина Рувинская, она проводит дегустации, винные дегустации по интернету. И не забывайте, что мы с вами не только создаем себе наилучшие образовательные моменты, танцуя в Zoom, но мы еще и применяем инновационный педагогический метод хип-хоп педагогика. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Я уже упоминала нашу флагманскую программу модернизации деятельности преподавателя. Эта программа создана специально для членов Modern Education and Research Institute и является бесплатной. Мы с удовольствием приглашаем всех преподавателей, членов администрации, учебных заведений присоединиться в наше образовательное сообщество в качестве членов. Эта программа устроена по методу, который я изучала в University College London. UCL, как вы знаете, занимает 8-е место в мире в рейтинге QS. На программе модернизации деятельности преподавателя мы изучаем 14 цифровых инструментов преподавания в контексте 6 видов обучения. На сайте регистрации программы можно также посмотреть комментарии, отзывы, а также увидеть примеры финальных работ учащихся и создать себе мнение об этой программе. Можно получить представление глобальное такое, нужно ее проходить или нет. И следующий слайд, будьте любезны. Да. Вот это вот наши контакты, и я думаю, что можно сделать скриншот, после форума с нами связаться. Я продолжаю свое выступление, у меня еще есть несколько минут, поэтому я буду использовать время по полной программе. Следующий слайд, будьте любезны. Образование 4.0. Да? Это образование, как мы уже выяснили, основанное на технологии или поддерживаемой технологии. Это прекрасно. Но все же здесь есть подводные камни. В период пандемии университеты по всему миру стали преподавать по мониторам. И бесследно это не прошло. Я знаю статистику по Бельгии, 40% студентов и приблизительно такое же количество преподавателей отмечают у себя симптомы цифровой перегрузки, или, как ее еще называют, экранного истощения. В медицинских справочниках такого диагноза нет. И это состояние сегодня определяют по-разному. Вот, например, можно говорить, вот, как я сказала, цифровое выгорание, еще иногда говорят зум-фатиг, зум-истощение. Ну, в целом его описывают как комплекс симптомов, которые возникают из-за того, что человек проводит слишком много времени перед экраном. Среди симптомов самыми распространенными считаются, следующий слайд, будьте любезны, это ментальные проблемы. Да? Чем дольше мы смотрим на экран компьютера или какого-то другого гаджета, тем больше шансов заработать депрессию или тревожность. Снижение продуктивности. Очень многие студенты и преподаватели, я думаю, что даже очень многие члены администрации, многие профессионалы, которые вынуждены проводить много времени на встречах там, в Zoom или Skype, отмечают, что у них ухудшилась концентрация внимания, они стали справляться с работой сложнее, чем это было раньше. Нарушение сна также один из распространенных симптомов. Вот залипание в гаджетах, особенно на ночь, ведет к трудностям с засыпанием. И синдром компьютерного зрения. Он связан с тем, что Снижается зрение, конечно же, появляется болезненное ощущение, там, сухость в глазах, но еще к синдрому компьютерного зрения относят и головные боли, и дискомфорт в спине и шее, которые вызваны тем, что мы очень много сидим в некомфортной позе перед компьютером. И вот, готовясь к сегодняшнему выступлению, я нашла исследование Стэнфордского университета, которое еще не завершено, и в настоящий момент все еще идет сбор данных, и они, кстати, предлагают всем желающим подключиться и сообщить информацию о том, собственно говоря, какие симптомы у них бывают и что они чувствуют, когда много времени проводят за экраном компьютеров. Но, тем не менее, на сегодняшний день в своих пресс-релизах они уже сообщают о некоторых результатах, которые, ну, являются лидерами вот на данный момент. И лидерами среди причин возникновения Zoom fatigue они считают, следующий слайд, будьте любезны. Значит, первое – это чрезмерное количество зрительного контакта крупным планом. Это вызывает очень сильное напряжение. Конечно, как количество зрительного контакта на лекции, так и размер лиц на экране является для нас неестественным. На обычном занятии студенты смотрят на преподавателя, они могут делать какие-то заметки, они могут посмотреть в окно, в сторону, на карту, неважно. Но при созвонах в Zoom все смотрят нас всех всегда. Мы всегда вот на онлайн-конференциях общаемся невербально, да? Даже если вы не выступаете, но все равно люди на вас смотрят, вы смотрите на людей. То есть вот это вот количество зрительного контакта резко возрастает. Социальная тревога, связанная с публичными выступлениями, вообще вот в нахождении в публичном пространстве, вызывает огромный стресс у многих людей. Еще одним источником стресса является то, что в зависимости от размера монитора лица во время видеоконференции могут казаться слишком большими или слишком маленькими для комфортного восприятия. Также, когда, ну вот мы знаем, что если чье-то лицо или вообще какой-то человек к нам подходит слишком близко и нарушает наши личные границы, наш мозг это интерпретирует как напряженную ситуацию, которая потенциально может перерасти в конфликт. И вот по сути, когда мы ведем занятия в Zoom или когда мы участвуем в каких-то мероприятиях, там в Zoom, в Skype, в WebEx, неважно, там Microsoft Teams, в течение очень многих часов мы находимся в состоянии повышенного возбуждения и подсознательно изменить свой интерфейс, да, то есть рекомендуется уменьшить размер окна Zoom относительно монитора, чтобы минимизировать размер лица, а также они предлагают использовать внешнюю клавиатуру, чтобы просто увеличить это пространство между собой и монитором. Следующая причина на следующем слайде, будьте любезны. Это видеть себя во время видеосвязи постоянно в режиме реального времени очень утомительно. Когда мы выступаем в Zoom, то, конечно же, мы чаще всего видим сами себя, и это неестественно. Согласитесь, что в реальной жизни нам даже в голову не придет постоянно смотреть на себя в зеркало, когда мы говорим, когда мы задаем вопросы, даем обратную связь, принимаем решения. Исследование Стэнфордского университета показывает, что когда человек видит свое отражение, он начинает более критически к себе относиться. И многие из нас сейчас видят себя на видео встречах в течение очень многих часов каждый день. Это обременительно, это является стрессом и вызывает негативные эмоциональные последствия. И решение, опять-таки, которое нам ученые предлагают, это использовать функцию, которая доступна на всех платформах веб-конференции, это скрыть вид себя. Обычно мы попадаем на эту функцию, когда просто нажимаем на свою фотографию или на свое отображение правой кнопкой мыши. Следующая причина, пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Видеоконференции очень сильно снижают нашу обычную мобильность. Личные, аудиотелефонные, например, разговоры, они позволяют нам двигаться, да? Но в условиях видеоконференции так, скажем так, большинство камер вот так установлено, что нам приходится сидеть на одном месте. Движение очень ограничено, а ведь мы знаем, что движение нам позволяет лучше справляться с когнитивными задачами. И, конечно же, здесь опять-таки решение, которое можно предложить, это я знаю, что многие преподаватели просят, обязательно, эксплицитно просят студентов включать камеры, потому что им тяжело проводить лекции, не видя обратной реакции студентов. Но если вы так поступаете, как преподаватель, или вот в рамках какой-то крупной конференции вы просите ваших участников включить камеры, то, пожалуйста, запланируйте время, когда вы скажете участникам, а сейчас можно отключить камеру, и дайте себе и вашим студентам, вашим участникам небольшой такой вот невербальный отдых. И последняя причина, четвертая, пожалуйста, следующий слайд. При видеоконференциях когнитивная нагрузка гораздо выше. Вот при обычном общении лицом к лицу мы получаем очень много информации из невербалики. И каждый из нас уже подсознательно интерпретирует жесты и невербальные сигналы. Ну, например, если человек смотрит в сторону во время разговора, вот в режиме face-to-face, как правило, это означает, что человек, может быть, задумался, а может быть, ему неинтересно то, о чем мы говорим. Но когда мы общаемся по видеосвязи, нам приходится прилагать больше усилий для того, чтобы понять мотивы или там какие-то сигналы собеседника. Вот та же самая ситуация. Мы в Skype проводим какое-то совещание, и человек смотрит в сторону. Это всего лишь может означать, что вот в комнату, например, вошел его ребенок, и ему нужно просто что-то сказать, да, а мы уже, скажем так, можем совершенно другую себе картину представить и сделать неправильные выводы. Точно так же, если мы хотим, например, показать на Skype или в Zoom или там Microsoft Teams, что мы с кем-то согласны, и чтобы нас заметили, нам приходится либо очень как бы сильно качать головой, либо там писать в чате, что да, я с вами, коллега, согласен, или ставить какой-то там большой палец, ну, каким-то образом прилагать больше усилий к выражению вот нашего согласия, чем если бы мы были на встрече лицом к лицу. Конечно, вот здесь решение тоже может быть такое, вот как и предлагалось несколько выше, выключать камеры, то есть если нету строгой необходимости иметь камеру включенной, то лучше преподавателям просить студентов выключать камеру для того, чтобы хотя бы не отвлекаться на их какие-то сигналы или жесты, которые они подают совершенно по другим поводам, и что совершенно не относятся, может быть, к вашему выступлению, но тем не менее человек отвлекается, выступающий. Он пытается подсознательно обращать внимание, интерпретировать эти жесты и понимать, что происходит. Так вот, чтобы этого не было, и чтобы спокойно совершенно давать преподавателю лекции, можно просить отключить камеру, а потом включить в определенный момент, когда это нужно будет для выполнения, например, какого-то задания. Следующий слайд. Я вас благодарю, уважаемые коллеги, за внимание. Я очень надеюсь и желаю, чтобы при помощи вот этих вот способов, которые я только что озвучила в своей презентации, вы избегали любых депрессий, истощений, а также желаю, чтобы каждый момент в жизни был для вас лучшим. Давайте оставаться на связи. На слайде наши контактные данные. Мы также присутствуем в соцсетях. Это Facebook, это YouTube, Instagram. Добавляйтесь, и мы будем очень рады быть вам полезными. Благодарю.
Спасибо большое, Екатерина. Очень интересная презентация. И так как я тоже являюсь преподавателем, Я почерпнула достаточно много, хотя, в принципе, у нас тоже есть требования, что все студенты должны показать свои лица. Ну, я не требую от них, потому что они и так работают за компьютером, потому что я преподаю информационные технологии. И действительно важны какие-то такие минуты расслабления для каждого, хотя они уже в большинстве своем привыкли, когда за ними просто наблюдают. Вот, поэтому спасибо большое, Екатерина, за прекрасный доклад. Если есть у кого-то вопросы, задавайте, пожалуйста. Будет Екатерина, думаю, очень рада ответить на них.
Я сейчас читаю комментарии в чате, потому что старалась на чат не обращать внимания во время выступления, чтобы не отвлекаться. Огромное спасибо, коллеги, за такие комплиментарные слова. Очень приятно.
Видео, напоминаю еще, кстати, что видео после нашей трансляции будет с переводом и будет выложено на канал YouTube организации Наш Ukraine, и дальше вы сможете его точно так же передавать своим друзьям, знакомым и по профессиональной линии в том числе. Нигора, передаю слово вам.
Well, thank you, Alena. Well, now let me introduce Юстина Берняк-Возны. She is PhD of University of Informational Technologies and Management in Joshua, Poland, and also she is my colleague. She is a head of international department. Justina is ready today to perform us the topic about education in the field of tourism, about local difficulties, challenges, and global trends. Justina, welcome.
Welcome. Good morning or good afternoon, depending the place we are and you are connecting. Thank you very much for having a chance to meet with you and have a possibility to discuss possibilities of cooperation on educational level. My previous prelegents told a lot about education, international education in tourism, as well as the trends and modern education directions that we can observe. I would like to focus more on challenges that we all face and global trends. Before I started my work at UITM in Rzeszów, I was responsible for educational programs and internationalization at Vistula School of Hospitality, and tourism and hospitality programs were very, very important for me for years. My experience, from my experience, what I can say. First of all, I don't know if you can see the presentation. You see probably, okay. First of all, what are the ingredients of successful tourism education? I'm sure that you probably see a lot. From my perspective, the most important thing is curriculum and teaching facilities. Curriculum because we operate tourism is a sector which is changing dynamically. It's undergoing a lot of transitions. Including the transitions that we observe nowadays, which is the green and digital transition. It is very difficult in a higher educational sector to keep up with all those changes from the perspective of knowledge, but also from the perspective of skills and competencies, because the job market, employers, we observe very changing requirements, diversified requirements, and we have to encapsulate all of them in our programs. To teach students for tourism sector, we also need facilities because we need to adapt them to facilities they will face in business sector, in tourism sector. What is more, we need a faculty, professional faculty. And we all know that it's not an easy task to develop faculty in a professional way and to make sure that the faculty will be diversified enough to prepare our students to work in a very diversified sector, which is tourism sector. Later on, I will talk about possibilities we see and trends we observe. But investment in the faculty seems to be one of the crucial elements of a successful education in this field. And last but not least, industry integration and support. If we want to prepare and develop good professionals, we need to cooperate closely with business sector, with tourism sector, because only then we may be sure that the knowledge and skills we develop among our students is the one that is expected by professionals. Also, faculty from the industry sector is very, very important. But here we face another set of challenges about which I will tell in a moment. What challenges we face and what challenges we observe for years in this sector? First of all, employability of our students, of our graduates. We have to answer the question, what knowledge, skills and competences are important in working in the tourism industry? And we have to answer these questions quite often. What is more, we have to predict what will be important in a few years' time, because we don't prepare students for the job market and for the sector that is today, but we are preparing students for the sector that will be reality in 10 years' time or even later. The other aspect or the other challenge that we face is content and methods. I already mentioned that the knowledge in the tourism sector is very dynamic, and we have to update it as often as possible. But also methodology and methods, modes of delivery, they are also changing quickly. We are trying to keep up with the changes and the proposals from the market, also from EdTech, but it requires quite complex development of university facilities, equipment, university staff, because we need to gain additional skills, but also from students to study. Why? It was also already mentioned at the previous presentation that educational technology is growing rapidly, and we have more and more possibilities to take advantage from this technology. We have a lot of motivations to do that. First of all, definitely it is quite cost effective. What is more, it is a sustainable option, and as sustainability in tourism is very important, we have to be very genuine for our students. So we also have to look after and take under consideration this trend and this aspect as well in our programs. But to implement technology in our didactic process, in our teaching process, we need to think about this infrastructure, which is investment, always is an investment, but also in we have to develop skills among the faculty, among staff, faculty, and students as well. As we observe and as different research results show, students' digital skills are not the one that give us the chance to effectively teach and learn, for them to learn, for us to teach. They don't have learning digital skills. And this is one of the key challenges we face now. Even though the technology is there and we use the technology and we upgrade the technology in real time, we have to invest a lot, not only money, but especially our time and effort to upgrade the skills of students and of the faculty to use this technology in an effective and successful way. So content methods also from the perspective of mode of delivery and the way we are preparing students for the employability and workability. We observe a lot of modes that we would like to implement in our programs. So, for example, one of the most effective modes that we consider now is the possibility for students to study one semester and one semester to work in the industry to develop these skills and competences in real world, which is effective option for both for students and for employers. And replaces the traditional internships which last weeks or 1 month, for example. But we face a lot of challenges from the perspective of mentality, from the perspective of law as well. And the last challenge that we, or cluster of challenges that we face is business involvement. As I previously said, the key to success is working together, not only closely to, but working together with tourism sector to have tourist professionals on board and to take advantage of their skills, take advantage of the competences, experience, but it's not easy task. First of all, their business is very, very intensive, and they don't have too much time to engage, or the cost of the engagement is very high for university. The second thing is that even if tourism professionals are willing to work with us as teaching professionals, we need to develop the skills and competences of teaching among them, because one thing is to have knowledge and experience. The second thing is to transfer knowledge and to teach students. We would like to also use the skills and competences and experiences of tourism sector by developing professional case studies and teaching materials in cooperation with a business sector, in cooperation with tourism sector. But it also is time-consuming and requires competencies of developing such materials among our teaching staff, and obviously it is a costly activity as well. I promised to tell something about trends, and because we all face local challenges and we all work in educational environment, local meaning on national level or regional level. So we have to face challenges of legal, political, economic, social, etc. perspectives, in my case in Poland and European Union, but also our educational industry, higher education institutions are facing global trends that we have to consume, and we cannot omit and neglect. To take advantage of the trends, we have to have a deep knowledge, understanding of those trends, and willingness or openness to implement them into our programs and student services. One of the key trends that we have to consider and encapsulate in our programs are future job market and future professions that will show up in this industry. From different reports and analysis, we can already say that only about 10% of job professions which we see today will stay on the market and will develop. About 20% will disappear very shortly, and about 70% will stay, but they will change more or less, but they will change. So it's not enough for us to prepare students to the job market expectations of today, but we have to be ahead of the wave, and we have to anticipate all future professions. We have to cover them in our curriculum as much as we can, obviously. We don't know all professions that will show up when our students will be graduating, but still we can make an effort to prepare them as much as possible. I'm not going to describe all those interesting professions that will come, and obviously it's only one set of future jobs that are expected. Different reports, different think tanks, different agencies and organizations develop their own list of future jobs. What we know for sure, they will have to, future jobs will focus mostly on digital transition of our sector, of tourism sector, and they will have to follow the social changes, including need of sustainability among our consumers. That's why those issues must be included in the curriculum as well. During today's conference, we could see the question, what will happen after COVID or in post-COVID tourism industry? Let's look at them and let's try to manage those trends that we already know and about which we know a little bit. First one is digitalization of the process as of all sectors, including education. Then we will see the dynamic change of destinations. And the third group or cluster of changes and trends is sustainability. Let's look at each of them. First of all, digitalization. At the previous presentation, we could see different technologies, different elements of digital transition, which also impact on education and tourism sector. And we definitely are facing a transition to smart tourism, whatever it will mean in the future. But this concept of smart tourism is very complex and requires from us a very deep analysis and understanding of the processes that are undergoing. What we can say now is that we have to prepare future workforce, future employers and our graduates. We have to develop their digital skills, including online marketing. And I think that previous presentation proved that it is one of the key skill that will be required by the sector. Communication skills, digital communication skills, of course, social media skills, including social media marketing. We can observe nowadays trends, and nothing without, I don't know successful companies without very well developed Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and other social medias. Also, MS Office skills, and I know it sounds as basic skill, but believe me, whenever we enroll students and we start new academic year, it becomes obvious for us that this skill is something that we have to focus on intensively, because students, future employees, doesn't have this skill, and we have to start from the very basic things. Also, operating system, IT system for tourism are undergoing very dynamic development, and we have to prepare students to, if not to operate all of them, to we have to prepare them to be able to quickly adapt to those systems and to be ready for lifelong learning. And also monitoring online reviews. We know that customers are sharing their opinions, and we have to know how to deal with them and how to use them, how to take advantage of them and manage the threats that are coming with them. Obviously, we are just touching the issue of digitalization, but digitalization is something that impacts tourism companies, tourists, tourism employees, and tourism students and faculty. So we all have to monitor the situation and implement as much as possible, implement modern technology as much as possible. As I said, there will be also changes in lifestyle and destinations. We can observe it among us as well. The only key trends that you can observe and that can impact this issue. First of all, staycations and domestic travel. Due to COVID situation, and this not going away from us for a while, and probably will stay with us for a while. Tourists, customers of the sector prefer to travel and visit domestic destinations, also due to some regulations and restrictions, it's true. And the second thing is that because of the difficulties we are facing, difficulties with our psychological side, we choose as customers, or customers choose staycations. So they want to go in one place, change the environment they are operating on everyday basis, and stay longer. So they are traveling for a longer period, looking for very slow experiences, not too intensive experiences. They want to calm down. We also observe very strong trends of workations. Why? Because more and more of us can work remotely, and we observe that more industries are switching to remote work, what gives possibility of traveling and working at the same time. As previous speaker also told us a short story from her experience, I can also tell about this experience of my students. They very often work in corporates, and they work remotely. And my students said that during COVID, they traveled much more and they have visited much more places than before that, due to online work, remote work. Why? Because they could travel from country to country, stay for 1 month, for example, in Paris. They work for US companies, so there was a time shift. They work from very, very morning, and then afternoon they could visit the place, and that way they could visit the whole European Union, living and working at the same time. And I believe this is the trend that will be explored by travelers of different age groups. But this trend also impacts our sector, educational sector, because students work, travel, and want to study at the same time. And this is one of the challenges that we probably don't have time to discuss, but just to mention it, that we also have to think about this change, about this shift. Small communities and slow tourism. We see the trend of going away from intensive visiting of places, more quantitative than qualitative. People choose to travel by themselves. They look for recommendations. They spend much more time in not so obvious destinations. And it's really up to the destination managers how much they can attract tourists and how much they can develop the offer for the tourists that want to explore those communities, those places. Slow tourism also means that we take time. We want to see local things, we want to taste local things. We don't want global gadgets, we want local souvenirs, real local souvenirs. We really appreciate art craft. We really appreciate the possibility to observe local life, so different from the big city life we know from the Western cultures. And road tripping. It's one of the trends that was developed because of COVID. We all changed our habits and prefer to travel by ourselves with our families, not in big cohorts. And it's also changing the expectations from the tourism offer, but it also changes the way we should prepare future tourist employees, because it changes the perspective, it changes the product itself, and it changes the way we can and should communicate with possible tourists. I also already mentioned sustainability, and it was mentioned by other speakers as well. Sustainability, meaning living and working and doing business in the way that will not take away anything from the future generations, is becoming a lifestyle. The more we talk and discuss, the more negative impact of current lifestyle we show, the more people really want to switch to a sustainable way of living and sustainable way of traveling and consuming tourist products. We also have the growth of ethical consumer, and it's from the perspective of this conference, it's also impacting, it impacts, the way we design tourist products and the way we educate our students to make sure that ethics is something that they use as the foundation for all decision-making processes. More and more guests use electric cars. It also is one of the examples how much our infrastructure will have to change if we will not give the possibility to recharge electric cars. The customers who are traveling in this kind of vehicle will not come to visit our destination. Slow tourism and cycling tourism, as we said, people want to take time, they want to calm down, they want to run away from their everyday problems and intensity. So they choose nature, they choose places that are not overcrowded. They want to behave in a sustainable way. So this is how they are traveling, this is how they are consuming, this is how they want to consume tourist products as well. Digital detox and immersion in nature is another trend connected with that. But it doesn't mean that tourist products will have to go away from digital connection and digital infrastructure. Still, we'll have a lot of customers on workations. So digital infrastructure is still a need and the basic criteria. But we also need to make sure that our tourism, our guests will have the possibility to take advantage of this detox if they are on holidays. Sustainability impacts universities, impacts our tourist programs, but also impacts students and impacts tourism. So we all have to think about it intensively. So what can we do together? I really hope that we'll have a discussion about it because I really want to start a debate about how we can cooperate, how we can work together to make sure that we prepare graduates that will shape tomorrow's tourism and that will be the leaders of change instead of consume the trends, global trends. I believe that we can do it, but we have to work together. And how we can work together, there are just a few hints and few experiences I will share with you, but I really hope that you will give me some ideas about potential and possible cooperation at the academic level. First of all, we definitely can develop joint or double degrees. And we can think about degrees at undergraduate and postgraduate level, but we can also think about continuous professional development, shorter programs, 1-year programs, training programs, everything that we will offer to our students, our customers. We observe a very strong trend in the Western higher education, that the undergraduate programs are much more basic and general, whereas postgraduate programs are focused on subsectors or focus on certain professions. And here's the field that we can explore of possible cooperation. We also observe and we face this silver tsunami. We see that our population is getting older quickly. We have to upskill and reskill another generations. So programs focused on or dedicated to professionals of other sectors who want to switch to tourism sector, or professionals who want to upgrade their knowledge and skills is also quite interesting, and the demand in this field is getting higher and higher. In case of joint and double degree, I know that we face a lot of problems connected with mobility of students, international mobility of students, cost, etc. But still we can work together using this EdTech. And if we will think out of the box, and if we will take advantage of the trends we observe, I believe that we can have a lot of interesting joint groups, joint projects, joint programs, joint specializations, and share the knowledge. In tourism sector, it is true, it is good to have the possibility to exchange and to physically visit the sites that in the future can be also our destinations. But the first stage and the first step always can be online. It's the same case in case of faculty mobility. This issue was raised already, so exchange of the faculty is quite a challenge usually. The cost is one thing, but also some legal aspects, procedural aspects is a barrier that maybe not prevent, but challenge us. And once again, technology can help us because hybrid online teaching is to stay with us. And this is a fantastic occasion to take advantage of it and add to students' experience, international student experience. Today we can see how it can work. This bridge can be also the bridge between our universities, our faculties, our programs, our students and staff. It can go in the same direction in case of research. It can be even easier in case of research. With time, hopefully, traveling possibilities will give us advantage and possibility to visit our campuses, but let's not waste time and let's try to use this technology to internationalize our programs and our universities. International network of internships. It's more and more common among universities to introduce digital, online, remote internships. And we can work together to share business partners and to give a possibility to our students to experience internships in different countries, in different cultures, but online. We obviously can use a lot of mobility programs to finance traditional internships as well. And this network could be a good idea for this way of cooperation. But online internships in digital tourism sector would be also a benefit that we can have. Continuous discussion among students, faculty, employers, job market professionals, and also other stakeholders of higher education in tourism. Only discussion can give us the understanding of needs and of needs we all have, prospects that we have, and challenges we all face. We can be the leaders, we can be the driving power, but we have to keep discussing. And today probably it's the first step. Hopefully this kind of events will be continuous. And co-competition, we will always compete. We as universities, as higher education institutions, and as economies, there will be this competition and we will not avoid it, but we can compete on another level. We can develop joint solutions and at the same time differentiate our offer to attract those students who need exactly what we offer. And I believe this competition is also a good direction. And the only way we can develop instead of stay where we are. Because world is very dynamic, very complex, with high level of uncertainty. And only together we can develop in a peace that is required from us. So this is all from my side. I hope that you have you will share with me your reflections, your ideas, your suggestions, maybe your questions and doubts. Maybe you don't disagree with me in some points. It's also a very good point to start our discussion. On the screen, you can see my contact details. So if you'll be willing to continue discussion with me after this presentation, I am more than happy to continue it with you. So hope you will discuss with me. I'm prepared to discuss with you.
Well, Justina, thank you very much for your meaningful, interesting information, and especially on dual diplomas programs. And this University of Informational Technologies and Management is our partner university. And now we are working on creating of such kind dual program diplomas. Well, thank you very much. And if our participants have any questions to our speaker, please. Так, в свою очередь, я хочу поблагодарить Юстину за содержательное выступление. Очень актуальная тема. И это наш недавний партнер из государства Польши, с которым мы тесно сотрудничаем не только в образовательных проектах, но и научных проектах. Сейчас мы работаем над созданием Dual Diplomas Program. Это когда выпускники наших vocational education, то есть колледжей и техникумов, смогут закончить, например, один курс у себя в техникуме или в колледже, а дальше продолжить свое обучение на бакалавра в Университете информационных технологий и менеджмента в городе Джошуа. Сейчас мы над ними работаем и надеемся со следующего учебного года их запустить уже. Если у вас есть вопросы к Юстине, пожалуйста, дорогие участники.
So maybe I will share my contact details once again. Hope you will contact with me later on if it's possible for you.
Да, Юстина делится с нами своими контактами, если у кого будет желание совместно работать с ними в коллаборации или обратиться просто в этот университет или лично к Юстине, пожалуйста, имейл, mobile contacts.
Okay. Hope you will continue the discussion with me later on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
А сейчас давайте предоставим слово нашему следующему спикеру, Жорж Уббелоде. Извиняюсь, если я не так произнесла. He is a commission member of UNWTO Academy. He's also from Belgium. And George, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm with you.
Good afternoon. You are welcome. Please, the floor goes to you.
Okay, thank you. So we are a little bit early, right, on the schedules, but I can start, isn't it?
Okay.
Okay, let me share my screen. See if everything works well. Here.
Well, can you do it by yourself?
Yes.
Or we can ask Sergey, yes?
I think you will be able to see my screen now.
Okay, Abersam, okay.
Okay, good. So thank you very much for your introduction and inviting me to this presentation, to this important forum, The Breach of Friendship. And I was very honored to be contacted and be part of that. So I will introduce myself in a couple of words before we start. So as you can see, my name is Jorge Ubelode, and I am from Belgium originally. And I have several roles, but the main role is that I'm the founder and the executive director of our company called ICBET. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. I'm also a master instructor with the American Hotel and Lodging Education Institute, which is an institution providing continuous development opportunities for the hospitality field, being industry or education, and most importantly, for the teachers. You mentioned earlier that I'm United Nations WTO TED-Qual Academy member, and also as well as auditor, and as well as an excellence assessor with the European Foundation of Quality Management. Let me go to the next slide with a couple of words about our company. So I listened to the previous speakers, Justyna and Ekaterina. So they were setting the stage for today's presentation, and especially Justyna for asking for further cooperation. I think we will be very much willing to do that. So our company is a global organization, and we're devoted in developing education in a way. When we take education as the whole concept, we're developing schools, we're developing the talents, we're developing the teachers, we're developing curriculum. So this is mainly what we're doing, and also providing other business solutions, especially to the industry, where I believe that hiring the right talents, coaching them, and to have them into the integrating them better gives also better results. So we're providing practical tools in management, education, learning, so to achieve the excellence. My today's topic actually is, I put it back here, is alignment to the future of the tourism and hospitality education. So before I start, I wanted to share some impressions. I'm joining very regularly to these conferences, and before the pandemic was on stage, face-to-face conferences. And in several conferences, I have been, let's say, partially the first presenter. And after I finish my presentation, the next speakers coming behind me, actually, they told me, yeah, George, you talked all about what we wanted to talk. So this is my case today. I'm the fourth speaker, and I have seen a lot of common topics that the previous colleagues, Justyna and Ekaterina, talked about. I'm not going to go too much into the details, but I will give you a different perception in my experiences. Just to start with, although I'm from Belgium, for the last 10 years, I've been in Asia, and for the last 8 years, particularly in China. And before China, I have several experiences in Middle East, in Azerbaijan, in Indonesia, before being in China for the last 8 years. So I will try to share also a little bit of a comparative views in the hospitality education, which most of the things, of course, are relevant. However, I will try to highlight in my presentation the differences. Good, so let me go here. So I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. First of all, to set the stage of the hospitality and tourism today. Set the stage and see where we are. I know that in the first day of this conference, the Professor Joe, I think from Florida International University, give a lot of data and a lot of information about the tourism, where we are. But I just wanted to set the stage and then connect the current situation today with the competencies required in hospitality and tourism. However, we have also, I think, different participants here from different backgrounds or different institutions, and in general, the competencies required in the generations. And finally, the future of the education and how to connect it and what can be done. The first part will be about the hospitality and tourism at a glance. So where do we stand today? I'm not going to go through many data or many concerns that we had globally based on the pandemic. However, I'd like to highlight with some data, some findings through United Nations WTO to see where we stand today. In 2019, actually, what you see here, this document is published in January 2020 at the very, very early stages of the pandemic. And at that time, when United Nations WTO published this report here, the title here is Another Year of Growth. So 2019 has been one of the best ever performing tourism in the industry, but of the best performances. And you see here per regions, the share of each region within the contribution within this business. There have been over 1.5 billion travelers, 4 million arrivals per day, 4% change versus the previous years. And when you see here, Europe was the leading one with 51% of share on these figures. Then you had followed by Asia Pacific with a 25%. And Middle East led the growth in 2019 in terms of percentages. And what is interesting here is that when this report come out, and when you see here down under on the right hand side, you'll see that here that the 2020 outlook was perfect. It was like from 3 to 4%, and 47% of participants of the confidence index think that 2020 will be much better than 2019. So this was a very glorious, a very pink picture. And however, later on, a year later, in January 2021, United Nations published another news release stating 2020 being the worst year in tourism history, with 1 billion fewer international arrivals. Several speakers before me have shared about it, had talked about it, and we all have been through from different angles in our businesses, influenced with these figures. Here, the key figure is that the tremendous loss of 1 trillion of revenues, and also direct tourism jobs at risk. So the last sentence here is set the stage, I think, for our talk in the coming minutes. Meaning, as you know, many hotels, restaurants, tourism institutions, everything was closed. People had to find other jobs. And nowadays, the question is, people who left the jobs, actually in tourism, don't want to come back while we're continuing in opening. Another very recent data, as you can see here, just a couple of days ago, actually, was published in the United Nations WTO Tourism Dashboard, talking about stating interview results, and called the impact statement here, or international tourist arrivals and the scenarios. So you see here in different colors, the actual data here in 2020, you see from the very big drop, -97, there has been a little bit of an improvement here. And then there are two scenarios. One scenario, the first scenario is a bit more optimistic one, the green one here, and the orange one, which is a little bit less optimistic. However, a bit of a growth here, meaning the business is picking up, and a moderate rebound of the international traveling after easing restrictions, and especially in July and in September. Other statistics here, of course, other concerns here includes that People want to travel. People want to move, and want to start the businesses, wants to start the conferences, etc. So, as we mentioned, as we know, all of us, there's this legal framework, travel restrictions, etc., playing an important role in growing this one. And in here, there are also different industries, like what will be the growth of a hotel, what will be the growth of a destination, what will be the growth of travel, what will be the growth of airline companies, as leading us to the next slide, when the question here is, when do you expect a rebound in your country? And this is per continent here. In the world, 27% more or less predict that to be by 2023. There are some industries, like for example, airlines industry, predict that to be in 2024. And we're talking about here as benchmarking 2019, which has been one of the best years. And now talking in Europe is about 23% thinks that. Actually 25% here is by Q3 2022 and 25% by Q 2022. So there is a bit of optimistic views here, but overall, the focus date here is 2023. So what does it mean to us? And I think earlier Justyna mentioned that several times in her presentation, and Ekaterina earlier. So yes, there is a rebound. The travel is advancing, and there are new approaches into the travel. The ones you see on the left-hand side are the overall expectations of the travel. Like travelers want flexibility, familiarity, sustainability, and quality. So these are the four, let's say, big trends in the future of travel. I'd like to give an example here for the flexibility. It has been always an issue before the pandemic. Right. For example, if you commit to an airline travel and you have a ticket which is, for example, cannot be changeable, it was very difficult to change it and to modify it, etc. So same goes with the hotel reservation. Same goes with the package travel. So flexibility over the time has installed into a daily life, because the service providers and the service receivers, the travelers, have understood that they should be more flexible, thinking more out of the box to be able to generate the businesses. And for example, if you take the airlines industry, which I have a direct experience in there, many airline companies faced a decision. Should we become flexible, or should we stick to the rules? And many of the companies didn't have any precise policy, let's say, in this type of a pandemic style disturbances. And as soon as the pandemic popped up, early 2020, many airline companies just canceled the flights, but they didn't have a backup plan on that. Like, for example, how are we going to reimburse the travelers, first of all? And if this is the case, how are we going to do it? And there are still today travelers who haven't been able to get their refund back through different reasons stating that, for example, it's an unexpected event. It's an act of God event. So they're trying to make a deal that actually airlines are not responsible of that. But several airlines at the very early stages have understood that, and they have been from the very beginning very flexible. And nowadays, a year later, or about almost a year and a half later, it shows that they have been very successful in the strategy by putting the customer first. And one of them, for example, is Qatar Airways. Qatar Airlines never stopped flying, even with the pandemic. Even the flight, I personally took a flight from Brussels to Shanghai, and through Doha. And although there were 5 passengers in the flight, this flight was not canceled, and I had also a possibility to change my ticket several times given the circumstances. Now, the 4 main, let's say, frame of the future of travel has brought some practical issues, which you see them on the right-hand side. The travelers and the service providers need to be more human-oriented. And I'm sure you are seeing that maybe in your respective areas, being more human-focused, human-oriented, trying to understand each other better, trying to understand the travelers better. Justina earlier mentioned that the domestic travel has picked up much more than the international travel. Now the travelers are requiring affordable experiences as well, conscious travel, like green travel, or again, we mentioned earlier, the speakers before me, for example, opting for destinations that you need to be quiet and you need to disconnect from your daily life. Low travel. Now, low travel here means like using means like car or train, and which pushed, of course, the travelers due to the restrictions in the flights. Any tremendous development in contactless technologies, as well as the work from anywhere, not only work from home, but work from anywhere, which have created new segments like leisure, we can call it business combined with leisure. Several destinations, for example, Dubai has positioned themselves as the destination of pleasure, meaning you can come and work in Dubai with a specific arrangement. In the meantime, have leisure. Earlier, Justina has given an example with her students being in Paris, for example, where they were working for a company and then they had to visit the city. So these are more or less the future of travel, which brings us actually to the technology. Technology is omnipresent. And here I would like to play a quick video about technology already installed within a hotel in China.
Welcome to Alibaba's Flyzhou Hotel, the hotel of the future. Located in Hangzhou, China, the Flyzhou Hotel project was led by Alibaba's online travel platform, Fliggy. The hotel brings together technology and hospitality to find innovations that can empower the industry in the digital era. It all starts with the Flyzhou mobile app. From here, I can book my stay, choose the floor I want, and even the direction that my room faces. And when I get to the hotel, check-in requires just a few simple steps at this kiosk. For Chinese travelers, it's even easier. They can check in via the app and go straight to their room. Flyzhou features a range of AI services to create a convenient and seamless experience for guests. For example, you can choose to use facial recognition rather than keys and key cards to access the hotel. That means everything from using the elevator to entering your room is as easy as smiling for the camera. The hotel uses the picture I took at check-in to verify it's me. The Flyzhou Hotel has 290 rooms, each with a Tmall Genie Smart Assistant who helps me adjust the temperature, the lights, the curtains, and the TV, all with a simple voice command. Timogini also functions as my 24/7 personal butler.
芥末精灵，我要一瓶水。
好的，服务员会尽快送来饮用水。
When that bottle of water arrives, it may not be delivered by your typical hotel employee. This is the future hotel, after all. Fliggy has room service robots to do that work. I just input a passcode that was sent to me via text, and the water is mine. The robots also deliver towels and other items, and even the meals at the hotel's restaurants. If I feel like working out, the gym offers some fun digital experiences too. When it's time to check out, there are no lines and no hassle. I just pack and go. It was cool to see how Flyzoo's technology can make a hotel's services convenient and easy to use. And with hotel staff freed up from more routine tasks, they can focus on delivering a better experience to guests. I'll definitely be booking another stay soon.
So this is a reality nowadays. So technology is omnipresent, and based on what we see here right now, where actually this hotel model has been duplicated in China, and the tourism and hospitality profession will need to remodel their businesses by putting customer first in order to reassure them while providing continuous positive experiences. So somehow the previous business models, intentionally or unintentionally, or as a consequence of the probably pandemic, doesn't work anymore. So we will need to remodel the businesses. So, and some companies have understood that. This is a very recent press release. It was been about 2 days ago. So I'm sharing that with you. You can find the link down here to reach the full article. Marriott Hotel, as you know, is the largest group in the world, has published an article stating how they rethink the future of the luxury travel. They see major key trends emerging as the pandemic has accelerated shifts in consumer preferences. So we cannot really neglect this shift of the consumer preferences and affluent travelers to reassessing travel. So these two keywords here leads, according to the Marriott, to focus on empathy, warmth, highly personalized, anticipatory service, and emotional connections. So the first part of my presentation was here to set the stage of what's happening in the industry today. So coming back to our topic of the day about education and how to align the education to that brings us to the next part, which is based on what's happening today in the industry, based on what we've seen, the video, the Marriott statement, our previous presentations, competences required in hospitality and tourism also are changing. The World Economic Forum every year publishes a report called Future of Jobs. The last one which was published was back in 2020, and another one was in 2000. Actually, every year, but these top skills have been split into 5-year terms, and where 2020 was very much focused on the learner itself, 2025 has taken other components surrounding the learners. And when you see here all these 15 skills projected in this report, none of them are so-called hard skills. Like in the tourism, for example, you have the guides, and I was listening to some presentations also yesterday and the first day. And so this is more like being a technical job, or somebody who works in a travel agency who has to do certain skills, somebody who works in a hotel who has to serve the guests. being the hard skills, here, all these 15 top skills are so-called the soft skills. For example, number 3, complex problem solving. Number 6, leadership and social influence. Number 11, emotional intelligence. These are all future skills that cannot be separated or what is needed next. The 21st century skills have been regrouped into basically, we call them the 5C, and including the growth mindset. So this 5 C's actually regroups the previous list here. And I'm sure all colleagues, all listeners, and all participants have come across this one. So critical thinking is develop future talents. So as a conclusion, our students in critical thinking, in generating questions, evaluating information, arguments, making connections, and reasoning and applying. Then the communication. Here also, each one of these actually can take us to another discussion. Yet communication here is written, verbal, digital environment. I was very surprised to hear Justyna earlier mention that Microsoft Word, that they have to teach that in the school. Actually, I'm not that surprised, but actually I'm very happy to hear that, because nowadays writing, for example, a welcoming note or answering an email can be a great problem in a company, as the younger talents have kind of developed the one I would call more like a chat language rather than a professional language. So although it seems like very basic, written communication can be a big challenge. So without forgetting where we're going, where we're advancing, of course, we also have the basics to be able to handle here. So communication is one of them. Then you have the creativity part, which scores very high as the required skill. And creativity is generating ideas, design innovations, thinking out of the box, express perspectives, etc. Citizenship is being respectful and positively impacting others by being actively involved in the community, global issues, and such as green and such as sustainability. And you have the collaboration, which is an inevitable point, learning from others and learning also with wide range of environments. And all this is supported with a growth mindset. Growth mindset is about the learner and for example, the government, the university management, etc., to have to be able to show perseverance, being open-minded, resilience to all this learning and the century skills. So in other words, how can we switch from today very closely to some jobs that even do not exist or will not exist in a couple of years? There was a list of jobs that Justyna just showed earlier. It was done through a research, and I just noted two of them. There was one called sustainability consultant. So this is something very new. Now, if we know that this is going to be a job in the future, although the job doesn't exist maybe right now as per se, as it is, it gives a big message to the education, to the educators on how we can reach there. So if you take the word sustainability consultant and you break it down, this means in a university, for example, in a university program, we not only that we teach sustainability, but we teach consulting skills, we teach critical thinking, we teach creativity to be able to prepare our talents to such a job that may appear in the very near future. Another one, interesting one, was, it's the first time actually I heard that, is it was the Chinese outbound tourism expert. It was very interesting. So Chinese outbound tourism experts, if I understand well, is probably dealing with the Chinese market, or welcoming the Chinese in Europe. Now, whatever the case is a very specific job that may appear. So in order to achieve this one, unfortunately, it will not be enough just to teach about China, China geography, and cannot prepare the future talents to such a job if we don't have a very detailed approach in this learning. Let me just a second. I think somebody has entered my presentation here. Okay, good. So this brings us to what we need to do to develop future talents. So knowledge requirements, the basics should be there. And exactly like we said earlier, yes, a learning Excel sheet, during learning an Excel sheet, learning how to do a presentation. These are basic knowledge requirements that a student must have, or in any tourism job. If you are working in a travel agency, there are the specific knowledge requirements that we cannot delete them. This is the basic to be able to build on it. Then you have professional competence requirements, which it comes on top of that, like the attitude related, like emotional control related, like service, like communication, etc. The third layer is the innovation and entrepreneurship requirement. Now, talking about entrepreneurship, everybody's an entrepreneur in a way, no matter in which company and which position you're working. You don't need to have your own company to define yourself as an entrepreneur. Innovation and entrepreneurships are important components to be taught again to the future talents. International perspective and global view. We are living in a global world, and international perspective and this global view is absolutely necessary for the future. And finally, ethics and sustainability. In my recent functions in China, where I was leading a hotel management department in a big university as the dean for the last 6 years, I can understand that and I can see that, and some research also show that the new generation, the generation Z that we call, and the future generations coming up, they are very sensitive for the ethics and the sustainability. So I see that as a great way to move forward and build around it, which is the basic requirement in the tourism business. As you will all know, United Nations, WTO, so back in early 2000s, have established the Global Code of Ethics for Tourism, which has been the basic document to build upon. And this one also has been disseminated not only in the tourism industry, but also in the schools, in the universities, teaching tourism education programs. And further on, as you know, we're talking about SDG, Sustainable Development Goals 2030. which there are 17 important goals, which dictates the future of the tourism related to these goals. And each goal is not actually independent, they are all interconnecting. So I see here a great opportunity to embrace this learning and knowledge within curriculums, for example, in the university, not only just as a course, but as a more in-depth learning for the future. Another challenge would be to connect, you've seen the video earlier, to connect the machine learning or the robots with the humans. So working in a joint environment. Now, if you think about the video earlier, there's a robot delivering you the food at the restaurant. And I have seen that myself in China, not only that in this hotel, but there are also restaurants which simply you will, actually, maybe I can share this very briefly here. There are restaurants that you will go in, you will sit at the table, scan a QR code, and with this code, then you can order your food. And there is also this food will be delivered through robots. So robots has a specific recognition that they will know which table ordered what, and then it will be delivered. So in such a setting, what is the employee's role? That's, I think, a very good question. And this employee's role should be redefined from zero. So in other words, if the robot will replace the server in this restaurant, what will be the future? Do I include humans or not? This is also a very important challenge for the future of the education. We may think that in the future, all jobs will disappear because we're going to have robots. Now, if we have such a mindset, the actions will be also different. But if we have a mindset that we will be living together, at least at the very early years, coming years, then the mindset is different. Therefore, the education is also different. Now, what is the future of hospitality and tourism education? There has been many before me. Ekaterina and Justina has given a tremendous ideas in here. They stated many challenges. They stated also many opportunities that are around there. So I'm trying to go around them and see how it can be done. Now, the education system is fully shifting. And it's very interesting here because, for example, if we're talking about e-learning, e-learning has been always there. It's nothing new that came up through pandemic. In my school back in China, and we had the so-called MOOC programs, MOOC. My educator colleagues will know that MOOC stands for Massive Online Open Courses or Massive Open Online Courses. So these are courses that are registered, that are delivered by, let's say, the professor of this course and uploaded to the LMS, the Learning Management System. And these courses are available there to be used, to be integrated to the classroom learning. So in my specific university program, having creating MOOCs per teacher was a KPI, key performance indicator. So in other words, let's say if you're teaching food and beverage management, or if you're teaching tourism management, no matter the course, each teacher, regardless your status, being professor, associate professor, or lecturer, you had to produce 3 to 5 different MOOC courses, the so-called MOOC, and they had their standards. And the university invests a lot of money on this because these courses have to be, design specific. You have to do it you don't shoot a MOOC course on your mobile phone. So you have to cost a certain money, a certain investment for the shooting, editing, publishing, etc. So these courses were made, and of course the challenge was to do them because the teachers had to have to tell them why is it important to have a MOOC, and besides doing this MOOC is about how to use this MOOC later on. So as a result, we ended up with several MOOCs, but these MOOCs, because every teacher had to do it, were not really implemented into the classroom. So and it was always there, and it was always the motivation for the teachers, or trying to change their mindset, saying, okay, now you have a MOOC, this is how you can use it. Constant development program, training programs on how to use the MOOC, how to integrate into your course, etc. But somehow was not happening in practice. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm stating my own experience in China. I know that there are many other universities who are using perfectly well. It's fully integrated. So, but when the pandemic came and had to switch immediately to virtual learning, virtual teaching, suddenly these MOOC programs became very handy and started to be used, which now became actually a certain norm in learning. This example here is one of the many. The education system has been is switched already, and is still switching because there are opportunities of self-learning, there are e-learning, there's personalization. The third one here, personalization, is an important concept because the one set of education, like the formal education, doesn't correspond to every single learner anymore. So progressive education systems and universities have opted to personalize this learning. In other words, you may obtain a degree, not necessarily in 4 years, maybe longer periods, or maybe shorter periods. So personalize the learner, the learning according to the learner background, the learning competence, and matching that to his or her outcomes. Then there are multiple devices nowadays that permit accessing the education system. Also brings its challenges together. Actually, each one of these brings its opportunities and challenges together. While theory can be fully transmitted online, practice can be in class. Now, gradually, many universities in Europe are teaching in class. In China, actually, after a very short period, in the very beginning of the pandemic, classes were stopped, but later on they have resumed. So practically everybody's teaching in a class. And this is happening like it used to be before. Many non-degree programs are out there. And actually, non-degree programs, the example that I can give is about Google. As you know, Google has, you may know that Google have launched certification programs for anybody who would like to take them. And after graduating, after finishing these programs, then they can be employed through Google. There are many debates on these offerings. However, and Google will not necessarily look for an advanced degree from somebody started to work in Google. And you see other entrepreneurs, like for example, Tesla, Elon Musk, where they say that education actually and degree is not that important as far as you have this entrepreneurial mindset. So there is a variety of programs out there which are non-degree programs, but actually are fully corresponding to what employers may need. And there are also other things like short-term education. Like, for example, you may have a one-year program and then it's finished, and then you go to work, and then you come back to the school and you continue, etc. So there are many systems out there that have shifted this classical education, being in a classroom, you deliver the content and everybody follows the same content. And at the end, everybody passes an exam, and at the end, everybody gets a degree. Although this is still happening in most of the education systems. There's always been this debate that hospitality education may disappear, that we don't need, you don't need hospitality education. These are, again, this is another debate, maybe for another conference. But according to research done specifically by École Hôtelière de Lausanne, which is the top hotel management school in Switzerland, EHL, in the next 10 years, hospitality education will not disappear, but will certainly take a different form. And why it's going to be in a different form? Because everything has changed. Learners are different. Industry is different. So we as universities, as schools, as learning centers, as training centers, as development institutes, we also need to change our approach to this one. One of the challenges is the digitalization. And Justina was mentioning that earlier, that it's not about just having the tool and using it, but it's about integrating this tool into a new learning manner, learning form. And it's not very easy to be done because you have to train your teachers, you have to give them the necessary support to be able to do that. And secondly, you have to find the right path, the right format to integrate that. Now, delivering like we do now, delivering a conference online is not necessarily learning by using technology. It's a totally different aspect. So how can we integrate, let's say, courses like tourism policy? How can this type of a course can be integrated within digitalization or other specific course involving digitalization? So hospitality education will not disappear, but will certainly take a different form. Another reason that has been debated in many conferences and forums, including industry players, hospitality has a very specific niche concept, which is a human relation. Human touch is a service business. Many repetitive tasks can be automated. However, many emotional related, service related tasks may not be automated. The video earlier, the last sentence was mentioning that this type of automated task, like delivering the food, entering into the room, getting your key, controlling your room, this type of tasks have been automated, leaving the employees to focus more on a guest relation approaches. So education would need to integrate both things. And my message here for the education or for the education leaders is that need to revise everything, like how necessary is what we're doing, how necessary is what we're teaching, how necessary would be if we continue to teach in the same format. Does this really work? And to have a very objective views on it. In my business, we are a bridge company between education and industry. And I'm talking always to both parts very much. And I still don't understand, I still cannot understand, while we have thousands of graduates from a tourism and hospitality program, and on the other hand side, you have the hotels that cannot find the right graduate. And it's a very significant gap, especially I can give in China. In China, you have about, overall concerned, about 1,700 institutions teaching tourism and hospitality from all levels, vocational, university, management programs, private schools, etc. An average school, an average program, hospitality tourism program, will have per year average 500 graduates. And you have the hotels and the tourism companies and the all tourism related businesses that they are still debating that they cannot find the right person to hire. So this is a big question mark to me, and also I think is a big challenge to both sides, leading us to think from different perspectives. How can we put things a bit to be more practical and more realistic so that we can advance together? The OECD, based on this developments, have created or have established, based on research, 4 scenarios relating to the future of schooling. The first scenario is as it is, the schooling extended, like participation in formal education continues to expand, and the structure of the school, of the process of schooling, remains the same. Unfortunately, I can see that, fortunately or unfortunately. Now, there are other debates around here. There are a lot of legal legislations, there are a lot of political views, etc. But there are still that schools are teaching education, teaching hospitality management and tourism management in a very old format, that as a result, the graduates cannot feel necessarily connected to that job. The second approach, the second scenario, is education outsourced. Traditional schooling systems break down as society becomes more directly involved in educating its citizens. Learning takes place through more diverse, privatized, flexible arrangements, with digital technology a key driver. Following the pandemic, the day we are here in 2021 right now, can't we see that education is, based on this statement here, education is gradually outsourcing, because learning takes place through different ways, different arrangements, formal and informal. You may see, and I have seen that in my last mission in China, that, for example, students will not feel comfortable sitting 1.5 hours and listening to the teacher reading something from the book and giving them some information on some kind of a topic that they're not interested, and they have to learn it, in other words. Though there are many other ways that can be very effective and very trendy from the learner perspective. So another challenging question to think about. The number 3rd scenario is schools as learning hubs. Schools remain, but diversity and experimentation have become the norm. Opening the school walls connects schools to their communities, favoring ever-changing forms of learning, engagement, and social innovation. Schools as learning hubs is something that actually always existed, but still a long way and a lot of room of improvement in there. And I like also what Justina was said earlier, said we can overcome all challenges by working together. So this is a good way here to create learning hubs and benefits from each other's learning and experiences and implement these experiences, because there are many opportunities of learning, but how to implement them back in our daily learning, in our daily life in a university. And the fourth scenario of the schooling is learn as you go, which is partially happening as well. And the trends show that it's going to be more and more the case. Education takes place everywhere, anytime. Distinctions between formal and informal are no longer valid, and society turns itself entirely to power of the machine. Another important thing here, to education takes place everywhere and anytime, can be seen also with the companies. If we think outside tourism and hospitality for a minute, we talk another industry. Like, let's say we talk about banking, we talk about automotive, we talk about technology. A lot of learning and education is happening anytime and everywhere. Some of the graduate students are not working in the tourism business, they're working in a consulting company, for example. The moment they enter the company, they have a continuous training program, that all this training program is happening in different periods. So let's say you have a lapse of time to complete this program, and you can do it anytime. You can do it at night, you can do it in the morning, you can do it on a mobile phone. You don't need to come and sit in front of a meeting room and learn from somebody. So this type, if this is happening in the industry, why can't we prepare our students already in the school? And again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want at this stage to generalize every single school, but many opportunities are still out there to be able to attach our education, what we offering to our students, to be able to connect to the future. The last part here, as approaching to at the end of my presentation, the question here is, so what do we do now? How do we advance? All the challenges have been stated. Opportunities have been stated. We know that there will be jobs out there that don't exist today. We know that the soft skills are quite important. We know that critical thinking, etc., type of skills, as mentioned by the WEF, are included. So I'd like to show this simple diagram saying that, okay, what happens now, or what should we do now? I see this education development within 3 pillars. And I believe that education cannot be, developed by neglecting these 3 pillars. In many schools, we're focusing very, very much on educators' development. So teachers should develop, teachers should have a training program. They should be, continuously develop. They should focus on research, etc. This is very good, but this is part of the pillar. There are 3 basic, I believe, pillars. The first one is the academic development, and which comes from revising curriculums, contemporary curriculums. And this is a big debate. We know that not every school is free, has a certain freedom to have a curriculum in place. There are legislation barriers, there are other requirements, other components. Ministry of Education is involved. When I was in Indonesia, and I think my colleague after me is from Indonesia, the dean of the school, and I was collaborating with the 4 major tourism institutions, the very famous ones and the ones existing there for a very long time. As you know, Indonesia is a very tourism-oriented country. These tourism schools are under the Ministry of Tourism, but not under the Ministry of Education. Although there is a connection between the ministries, the Ministry of Tourism provided necessary funds and guidance in the curriculum, etc., which makes it more relevant to what is needed in the tourism industry. I know that, and we all know that, that's not a very easy task to handle. So here, the academic development will be a focus on a contemporary curriculum in a way that puts soft skills first, technology second, and hard skill third. One of the, again, the jobs that will be required, according to Justina's presentation earlier, was a revenue, was the, on a revenue management related. Now, this type of a skill to be able obtained, it should already start at the very early stages in the curriculum and build gradually by focusing. So switching the whole curriculum to become soft skills related, technology integrated, and hard skills contained. Well, this is the first layer. The second layer is educators' development. Of course, we talked a lot about technology. Now, in this development, educators also should develop, because these are the ones, educators are the ones that actually facilitate this learning to happen. While academic development and the curriculum is the platform, educators are the enablers. And we see, again, in China, if I can give the examples, many educators are lacking a lot of industry experience. So they have the necessary academic qualifications, like PhD, they are professors, they're very strong in research, but what is missing is the industry experience. So that's, I think, one of the extremely important part, to integrate industry experience and provide continuous professional development programs which are integrated into a development of an educator. Let me give you a quick example here. When let's say a lecturer will be attending a conference, this can be considered a continuous professional development. But when the lecturer comes back to the university, come back into the classroom, it's also as important as how this knowledge can be implemented into the classroom and what can be changed in the delivery methodology, for example. This is also very important. It's a measurement to ensure that this continuous professional development is taking place. And finally, research. I know that research is very important and is very much privileged, very much pushed by the universities to have a research, and it is one of the most important KPIs in an academic life of a professor. Research is wonderful, great, but as far as it links to the industry, can be shared with the industry, and can be useful to the industry and to the future. And the overlapping, the overall pillar is the quality assurance. So this is a system starting from the management in establishing standards in evaluation, standards in delivering the classes, standards in the curriculum, standards in the buildings, standards in the classrooms, etc. Endless benchmarking the institution, and also using certain quality frameworks or excellence model to evaluate, to auto-evaluate their performance, and certain criteria on how to become for example, an excellent institution. And an excellent institution is not only about the curriculum, is not about the number of graduates, is not about the employment ratio, is not about how many PhDs you have, but it's all this included is much more than that. So, for example, a network here is the European Foundation of Quality Management. In there, for example, there is an important views on the leadership, on the innovation. These are things that actually pushes a university, a program to become better. And finally, a recognition. These are the three pillars put together in order to develop. So let me go. I think I still have a bit of time. So as a summary, curriculums to adapt, to understand the travel and the society of tomorrow. Not a curriculum understanding the previous, the past, but a curriculum understanding the future. Hospitality vocational programs, because I know that there are many there's a big switch as well towards vocational programs, will still be hot. We still have focus to the skills that a hospitality organization needs. Again, hospitality and tourism is a very specific job, a totally different than ICT or tech business. So we need still to have the vocational skills. The learning environment will be enhanced by technology. So less time in class, more time in virtual reality world. And the question here is, how can we implement that in our daily life? Lifelong learning, such as executive education, being online or offline, will be a key success. And certifications and additional recognitions for the learners. And a new mindset to equip today's young people with the skills to thrive for tomorrow's world. A new mindset and getting them ready. My last slide here is about a very short video called, published by OECD, talking about a concept called Learning Compass 2030. And they have an overview on how this education of today can be adapted to 2030.
Just as a compass orients travelers, the OECD Learning Compass indicates how students can navigate through an uncertain and rapidly changing ecosystem to help shape the future we want. It is an evolving learning framework that helps create a common language and understanding about broad education goals. Co-created by policymakers, researchers, school leaders, teachers, and students from around the world, the OECD Learning Compass defines the competencies, made up of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values, that students need to fulfill their potential and to contribute to the well-being of their communities and the planet. When a student holds the Learning Compass, he or she is exercising agency, the capacity to set a goal, reflect, and act responsibly to effect change, to act rather than be acted upon. But the student is not alone in this. He or she is surrounded by peers, parents, teachers, and the community, all of whom interact with and guide the student towards well-being. The Learning Compass shows that students need some core foundations before they can set off towards well-being. These include not only literacy and numeracy, but also data and digital literacy, physical and mental health, and social and emotional foundations. To shape their future and the future of society, learners need to develop certain transformative competencies. These are defined as the ability to create new value, reconcile tensions and dilemmas, and take responsibility for their own actions. These competencies are developed through a cyclical learning process, anticipating, acting, reflecting. As learners become more adaptive and reflective and take actions accordingly, they continually improve their way of thinking. While there may be many visions of the future we want, the well-being of society is a shared destination. The OECD Learning Compass orients learners of all ages towards that better future.
Before I finish my presentation for the last word, I'd like to share this slide here, which is from John Dewey. Dewey, from many years ago, as a researcher and a reformer, has stated that, and has been always my guiding compass. If we teach today's students as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So I would like to thank, first of all organizers and inviting me here. You can find me, of course, on LinkedIn. And here I have a code. If you can scan this QR code, you can reach to my business card. And I will be able to share that again later in our WeChat or Telegram group. Before we leave, I'd like to thank specifically one person who actually has been taking the initiative to invite me here, which was a conference that I didn't know. I'd like to thank Mr. Behruz Saidov from Uzbekistan. He's the leader of the Tourism Development Institute under the Ministry of Tourism of Republic of Uzbekistan. So, Mr. Behruz, I know you're listening to me, so thank you very much again for being the bridge to join this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. George. You too. We really appreciate your efforts and your time. It's been nice to see you and to have the information from your rich experience.
Wonderful. So I keep my slide here for if participants would like to scan the code. Otherwise, you can find me on LinkedIn, or I'm in the both groups, Telegram and
Yes,
WhatsApp.
we will share the PPT to the Telegram group.
Yes,
too.
I will prepare that and send this PPT, including the videos, for you.
Thank you, sir.
And if Justina, the speaker before me, is there, Miss Justina, we can definitely find many ways of collaboration. And I certainly believe to your spirit that working together, we can get to better results. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. George Ubbelode, for your very fruitful and useful information. I think that all the participants of this International Friendship Bridge Forum obtained much interesting information from your experience. And indeed, the researchers from the teaching being associate professors, and they can go their research, and they are always in the discovering of something interesting, something new and useful for our students. Well, and now...
Thank you. I would like to thank very much, and also remind that to all participants, of course. I think Mr. Behruz is still there. We have recently conducted some very important programs in Uzbekistan, and I can see the spirit of learning and developing. The teachers, the educators, and the industry is there. So I hope other countries from the region can follow. Thank you very much again.
Of course.
For your time.
Thank you. And now let me introduce the next speaker. She's a PhD of Pancasila Universities from Indonesia, Dr. Devi Rosa Kalsar. She has a very rich background. She graduated from Nagoya University, Curtin University, and she was a keynote speaker at the local, regional, and international conferences. And now she is a dean of tourism faculty at Pancasila Universities. Now, please, Ms. Kalsar, are you with us?
Yes.
Well,
yes, Dr. Nigora. Good evening from Jakarta, everyone. Very happy to be here, and it's an honor for me to be with you tonight in Jakarta time. Ms. Nigora, can I try my share screen, please?
Yes, Сергей, are you here? Сергей, вы здесь? Поможете нам с презентацией, да?
Oh, okay. Can you see it already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for introducing me. My name is Devi Kausar. I'm an associate professor and the Dean of the Faculty of Tourism, Universitas Pancasila, Jakarta. And we are happy to announce that this year, 2021, we have managed to sign an MOU of cooperation with the Tourism Development Institute of Uzbekistan. And it is an honor for me to be here and meet everyone here. And I thank all the organizing committee for their hard work in pulling this together and bringing people from around the world to this wonderful event. So my speech this evening here in Jakarta is about tourism during the pandemic and after the pandemic. I understand that my session belongs to a tourism education a special session, and it's been great to hear Professor George's presentation just now, and I shall begin my presentation. Okay, just a quick introduction of myself. Ms. Nigora has just introduced myself. I've got a PhD degree from Nagoya University, Japan, in international development, and I did my master's of tourism management in Curtin University, Australia, and my first degree was a Bachelor of Economics degree from one of the state's university in Indonesia. Organizational wise, I'm currently the regional vice president for South Asia for International Tourism Studies Association. And I'm also an active board of directors, board member at the in the ASEAN Tourism Research Association, or ATRA. My field of specialty is, among others, cultural heritage tourism, which I know is very relevant to our relationships with TDI of Uzbekistan. And also I'm currently doing a research on tourism disaster management framework, especially the case of public-private partnerships in Indonesia. And that's probably my introduction. Okay, I would like to categorize what I will deliver tonight into an outline. First of all, I would like to talk about the impact of COVID-19, which we all know, and then the new approaches that we see, business as unusual, not business as usual anymore. And post-pandemic, we see the changes in travel behavior. And we also see the possibility, the opportunity to integrate technology for a seamless experience, for a low-touch experience. And then what are the challenges for the education sector in integrating science, service management, and technology, which is very, very important that we integrate all of this to handle the pandemic better, and also not just in a reactive way, but in a more planned way. Yeah, because you know, I've been hearing that this virus will not go; it will stay with us forever, and we have to deal with it and find new ways to do things. Okay, so international tourist arrivals, as you may know, it is dropped significantly in Indonesia, in our country. It is the same. This month, on the 14th of October, actually the government has opened our borders to 19 countries. And there are two destinations, which is Bali, you know, the famous island of Indonesia, Bali, and Batam. Batam is just nearby Singapore, where foreigners or international tourists can can actually, do a quarantine, 5-day quarantine in Bali and Batam, while they can enjoy the facilities of their hotel or resort. So before the 14th of October, actually, all foreigners, which is, who are on their essential businesses to Indonesia, so not tourists, have to spend 8 days quarantine, and that it was reduced to 5 days, but they can only stay in their room. So in Jakarta, actually, we are confined to a room for 5 days quarantine. But in order to attract or to recover tourism, Bali, the island of Bali and the island of Batam is now open, and then they provide hotels for quarantines, in which the guests can enjoy the swimming pool, can enjoy breakfast, the buffet breakfast, and then can enjoy the facilities, but not going outside the hotel. So once the 5 days have passed, they can go outside the hotel and they can enjoy the tourist spots on that island. So that is a new thing in Indonesia that people are preparing right now. And then, sorry, this is in Indonesian, but I would like to just show you economics growth per sector in the fourth quarter last year, 2020. As you can see here, as I highlighted here, transportation and storage, it is dropped quite significantly. Airlines, they're not operating as usual. And interestingly, agriculture is actually having a positive growth. And we see another data here from the National Statistic Agency that the accommodation and food and beverage sector is also having a minus growth of contracted by minus 8.88%. So this is quite a sad time for us who are dealing with tourism and hospitality. And then tourism-dependent economies, according to International Monetary Fund, are among those harmed the most by the pandemic because of the over-dependence on tourism. And once this pandemic hit, it is just crushing the tourism-dependent economies around the world. But on the other hand, there are blessings in the pandemic. Not everything is bad news. For instance, as I show you, agriculture is doing a significant growth in Indonesia. In Seychelles, they're doing a great job on tuna exports in this pandemic. And then in Bali, people are starting to go back to the traditional sector of seaweed farming. They left the seaweed farming before to go into the service industry, but now as the service industry is is disrupted by the pandemic, people are starting to go back to their rice fields and doing seaweed farming, which is actually very good for the environment. So what do we do from here? We can see here that these are the contrasting image of the tourist spots, in Singapore, in China, where there used to be so many people there. Now it is more quieter. Also, we have a small fraction of picture here from the old city of Jakarta, which was once, packed full of people, but now it is cleaner, it is greener. So as an academic, I think we have to also rethink tourism for a just recovery, justice, equal recovery for everyone, because we should admit that this pandemic is more than just a global crisis of health issues, but it is also a justice issue following years of unsustainable growth, inequity, and injustice, as I quoted from Rastegar. There are issues of over-tourism and overuse of cultural and heritage tourism assets everywhere in the world, including in Bali, in Thailand. Yeah, there is an issue of intergenerational and intragenerational inequity. Intergenerational is where this generation exploit culture and heritage tourism more than the next generation. And then intragenerational inequity is where in a group of society, one group of communities actually utilizing more the resources than the other group of the community. So for instance, in our Borobudur temple, tourism is always been prioritized, while there are also other sector in the livelihood that needs to be given space and opportunity to utilize the space, the heritage site. And there are issues of lack of community participations in many places of the world, poor planning and over-dependence on tourism. So I would like to say that it is actually a time for us to rethink through everything so we can have a better future, including better tourism for the next generation. Okay, and what do we do post-pandemic? Yeah, so we have been starting doing business as unusual, not business as usual. We don't really, give that much attention to hygiene and safety before, to wearing mask or to having your hand sanitizer everywhere you go, wash your hands. Yeah. But now, since we are forced to do business as unusual, we actually we are starting to do new approach in communication. Some countries are refocusing their budget. They're establishing travel bubbles with other countries, and they even have a certification of health, hygiene, and safety for their tourism businesses. So this is one of the newest campaign for Indonesia. As you can see, Waiting for You in Indonesia is a wonderful Indonesia campaign adapted to the pandemic. So we are still promoting ourselves, but we admit that international tourists has not been able to come back here yet. So our warmth is waiting, our path is waiting, and our story is waiting. We would like to emphasize that. And then these are some of the policies that are actually adopted by other countries. For instance, the Japanese government, it boosts domestic tourism amidst the pros and cons, of course. And Malaysia, it launches 10-year tourism plan after $25 billion loss in 2020. And also countries like Australia and New Zealand open their travel bubbles so their citizens can go and can visit one another in these countries. So these are all the new ways that we see in this pandemic. A case from Indonesia, our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, they initiated a certification for cleanliness, hygiene, safety, and environment sustainability called the CHSE, where tourism businesses, restaurants, they can go have their establishments or their places certified for the CHSE. And it's beginning to be a new way to communicate or to promote your business, actually. So the CHSE certified it belongs to a wider message. It is called Indonesia Care, and if we omit this font with white color, we can see that the message is I do care. So the message that is conveyed to the consumers, to the tourists, is actually, we do care about your safety, we do care about hygiene, and we are doing this to gain your confidence. Okay, so these are hotels around the world, and now they don't do much. So instead of promoting that they have swimming pool or they have gym, now hotels promote themselves as being, you know, all vaccinated. And Indonesia, especially, that this hotel is CHSE certified in a bid to gain consumers' trust. And this is also a case of Indonesia, where the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy issued many guidelines for hygiene, health, safety, and sustainability. This one is an example from hotels, but they also issued guidelines for snorkeling, for the diving sector, for the MICE and event sector, for destination, even for rural tourism. So they issued this guideline, which is quite good in its visual. So it is really easy and user-friendly to learn from these guidelines. And myself and my students and my colleagues, we managed to do a research last year on changes in travel behavior. We involved 400 participants from around Jakarta metropolitan area. And I think it is interesting to know that people are choosing to travel in small groups now. They are more aware of the hygiene and safety issue, and then they would like to be convinced, and they like to travel outdoor more than before, and they would like to eat in places that, you know, that looks like it is guaranteed in terms of hygiene and safety. So our study, we adopted WEN's study on changes in travel behavior after SARS among domestic tourists in China. And not surprisingly, many things are actually the same. So many things actually reflect the previous outbreak that we have, which is SARS. Okay, and there are trends for staycation and everywhere in the world, and to explore our own backyard. We before we don't actually care much about places around our house, but now many cities, many destinations actually encourage their residents to explore their own city because people cannot go far away yet. Yeah. So this is the examples. And this is a case of Indonesia again. This is a story of Bobobox Cabin. So it is an adaptation of Capsule Hotels. As you may know, that Capsule Hotel once born in Japan, where people have lack of space and they would like to sleep, to rest in an economic place. And this Bobobox Hotel is actually an adaptation of Capsule Hotel. So it is not as small as a Capsule Hotel, but it is small. It is for two people only. And then it is located outdoor. It combines outdoor recreation, Internet of Things. They have all switched within reach of the guest, and they are really low touch. Yeah. So minimum interaction between the guest and also the staff of this hotel. And in our country, we also use a self check-in apps, which everyone must have now. Once we enter a supermarket, shopping malls, or even some universities use this. So we have to check in and check out. This is to this is to make sure that the management of the place know that you are fully vaccinated and that you are not contracted with COVID at that time. Yeah, so we are using nationwide apps for this. And we see that virtual reality and virtual tours are actually the norm now. It is getting more and common, especially last year, yeah, when the pandemic was in its highest stage of spread. Now it is actually reduced, yeah, because people can start travel now. And we also see new ways in the cultural sector. We see the kabuki going online. The kabuki artists in Japan, actually, they are on stage for 10 months of the year. And the pandemic really hits them hard. And we also see, you know, the artists in Broadway or in London's West End. Yeah, they are also hit hard by the pandemic. Now some theaters are actually going online, and some events are going online, like our event right now. So in terms of education, I think this era or this time shows us more that the convergence of you know, field of studies are getting more and more visible. So we cannot see our field of studies as you know, independent of other field of studies. We see the connection and the need to connect with each other. For instance, in this slide, I would like to show you that in order to have a balance of high tech and high touch to achieve you know, the level of service quality that people actually need right now, we need science to back us up, public health, biomedical science, and then we need technology to mediate that experience, you know, to monitor, to control, and to make things easier, seamless, and not dependent on too much interaction. Yeah, so we see science such as public health, biomedical science, and technologies such as Internet of Things, VR, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and more importantly, data science. So data science is actually getting more and more important, and actually I think it should be learned by every students. I mean, they should know what they are going to do with the data and what kind of wisdom that they would like to achieve, yeah, once they use the data for the sake of you know, everyone's the betterment of the society. And it leads to service quality, which includes two big groups: technical quality, which includes tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, confidence, communication, and also functional quality, such as the sociability of the service, the valence, or what the consumer actually feel after they're using the service, and also to reduce waiting time. Okay, so I think with that, I would like to end my presentation, and it is, as I say, it's been a delight for me to be here with you this evening. Let's plan and collaborate for a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Деви, за прекрасную презентацию. Мы очень много почерпнули и посмотрели тенденции, на которые вы указывали. В Украине они тоже имеют место и достаточно сейчас хорошо развиваются в качестве туристического направления, как зеленого туризма, экополисы, где все сделано по последним технологиям. Если есть Наргиз, может, она переведет. Наргиза.
Let me translate. Позвольте мне переводить на английский. Thank you very much, Miss Kausar, for your informative presentation.
Thank you,
You have
Mr.
pointed out
Bowers.
very
Nice to
important
see you.
issues. Yeah, you have been pointed out very important issues regarding the pandemic and after pandemic tourism. And also in Ukraine, we're also coping with the green tourism destinations like ecotourism destinations, which you have been pointed out on your presentation. Thank you once more for your informative presentation and for your participation.
Спасибо большое всем спикерам, потому что мы уже сегодняшний день будем подводить к концу, будем подводить итоги. Буквально на следующей неделе вы все получите ссылочку на YouTube, где будет полностью запись нашей конференции с переводом на русский язык, так чтобы вы могли тоже поделиться своими докладами и как можно больше стран их увидело.
I would like to thank to all the participants and all the presenters of today's event. Today we're gonna finish our session on that point, and approximately next week we're gonna upload a full version of the video of this conference with the translation and subtitles of both in English and Russian. You will be able to get all the information, all the videos of the conference in both languages.
Еще раз спасибо большое всем участникам, всем спикерам. И до завтра. Завтра продолжим у нас День цифрового туризма. Это маркетинг, цифровой маркетинг, социальные сети, как с ними работать. И думаю, что это тоже будет достаточно интересно.
The participants for today, our session is going to the end. We're gonna go on tomorrow with the continuation of today's event. Tomorrow will be the topic of digital marketing and marketing on tourism.
До свидания.
See you all. Thank you,
Thank you so
Scouter.
much.
Have a nice day. Thank you for your efforts, for your presentations, for your time.
And the best wishes for the conference.
Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.